Welcome back to the Oath Open Invitational. My name is Merp. I'm joined by Imperium. I looked at the bottom, saw K-Storm and Amnesia, and got very confused. Kind of gaslighted there for a second. That's all right. But this match we're going to be seeing is Oath Black and Oath White. Two teams from our OE division, the division that sort of graduates the Oath League that you saw earlier, and they are the ones that go out and represent us in tournaments such as Tranquility, Golden Hammer Gaming, so on and so forth. They've done an incredible job this season, and I'm so proud of them for graduating. Seeing these rosters come in, I mean, I'm just hit with flashbacks of greatness from previous seasons. So,
absolutely, like you mentioned, we get to see some teams right now that we haven't seen streamed, at least by the two of us this past season. So I'm really excited to see what a lot of these players are bringing to the table tonight. We've seen, names from the past seasons. We got from the side of White, we got several different players, particularly some that I've seen before. We got Hoback. Oh, perfect. We got here. Hitoke on the Bastion. I'm really excited to see that. It's listed here, Bastion, their favorite player. Bastion's also my favorite player. So as of right now, it's looking like Hitoke to me might be my favorite player. So looking forward to seeing that come out. But again, we've got Radler and Gabe the Guru on the support lineup. Zotar, the other DPS, Data Lock, the tank. I've heard great things about Data Lock.
yeah, this team is absolutely goated. Data Lock played a really great Reinhardt in previous seasons. Hitoke had massive highlights on the Reaper. Zotar, obviously Tracer, and Rattler and Gabe the Guru. I remember Gabe the Guru being insane on in previous iterations out. So we're gonna be looking at Oath Black now. T-Sword and Zanjamin. Now Zanjamin, back when I casted for him in Oath League, was a very highly mechanically skilled Zenyatta player, and T-Sword has always been on that comfort pick of the soldier. So we're going to see Zay now likes the Reaper, but with T-Sword and the soldier, it doesn't surprise me at all. Night Slash, once again, a very skilled tank, played a solid Sigma, played a very solid Reinhardt. Loves the Winston there. We're going to be seeing that possibly from them today. And then Squid and Angry Gamer, also very fantastic players. So these are players, as we mentioned before, that graduated from Oath League, that have sort of gone and transcended above and beyond and become the ones that sort of go out there and promote us to external factors. So it's great to see these guys again. It's great to see these guys in the ring once again, back at Oath, at the Oath League where they feel at home. We're going to be opening up with Lijiang Tower.
Absolutely, and Lijiang Tower being one of the control maps. Both teams working towards the one center point, trying to cap it, trying to score 100% or 100 seconds. Exciting to see what they bring out here. Soon enough, we'll be looking at the comps they bring out, but Lijiang Tower is a map you kind of expect to see a little bit more of a brawly type. Not many poke locations, not a lot of long-range hit scans be played, but you're likely to see, oh, and here we go, actually.
Looks like we're going to be going into blank screen just for now. But what I'm expecting here is a sort of, like you said, that rush composition, the brawl, the sort of Reinhardt, Lucio speed boost kind of thing. It fits both of these rosters quite well. And what I'm most excited to see is this Night Slash Data Lock Reinhardt face-to-face.
Yeah, and like you said, typically characters we see a lot of that brawl. Junkrat's pretty common on this map. But here we go. We're kind of getting a sneak peek at some of the comps. Got a Ramatra, Ryan, or the tank duos, and they're already engaging actually on stage.
Absolutely. Wall tries to come out from the side of Oath. Night Slash going to be fighting one. The Reaper, T-Sword. The Reaper as well pushing forward.
Good wall to separate both teams right there. Looking back, the May right now trying to static.
Yeah, it looks like Oath Black's going to be the first ones to fall here. Oath White fighting the first victory here. Backwards. Oath Black's going to be the first ones to find the fight there. They're going to be capturing the first point, 6% and counting.
Perfect. Oath White now trying to regroup, trying to get back into 5 to engage on this really tough, kind of that heavy brawl that we were talking about. Another great wall trying to separate them.
16% and counting here. Both teams are going to be meeting each other here. Very aggressive. The Annihilation comes out from the side of Night Slash from the Ramatra. Finds 2, finds 3, finds 4, finds holy bananas. That was huge. The wall off wasn't quite there, and there's the cleanup. Oath Black going to be holding on to this one strong.
It's absolutely insane that Oath Black was able to build the Annihilation after only 2 fights and have it to use. Oath White right now kind of really working, try to get past this single choke point. Really difficult choke, especially with what Oath Black is running against him.
Both May Wall shooting out here. Neither one really being able to separate the tanks from each other. Sound Bearer and the Shatter come in for the side of Oath White. Is they going to try to take that very aggressively, cancel out the window bonus that Oath Black was able to get, and Zangerman's going to be able to pick up Shadow, but not before Oath White finds the picks they need to secure this fight and finally flip the point.
Absolutely. We saw several ults finally there with the pick onto Zangerman, getting that final kill, doing a great job. But now it is Oath White staging, waiting patiently for Oath Black to come back in. They're trying to build up a little bit of their time. Oath Black was able to get it to 60%, and a crazy play there for Oath White, getting that early pick onto the DPS of Oath Black. Now they're down 5, again, just waiting patiently, trying to restabilize to kind of work around that. But there's ultimates online for both teams. Definitely going to see a couple here, unless something crazy happens.
Absolutely. Could be a massive few ultimates coming out here now as there's the freeze from the side of Oath Black, going to be separating one of the members. Make that 2 are going to go down on the side of Oath White as they're going to be forced back here. Well, so much solid play there from the side of Oath Black, following up on that freeze, finding the picks they need, and very quickly taking out the rest of the squishies on Oath White. They're going to get the point flip there at 70% and counting.
Like you mentioned, a fantastic play, using only one ultimate to flip that point. Now, saving the rest for later. Both teams having several ultimates yet again. Walls used, and they're already engaging.
The wall and the Dragon Strike straight down the alleyway, going to put out tons of damage. Nobody's going to get caught, though, but that is a Ramattra separated from the rest of the team. Oath White doing an incredible job canceling out the Transcendence's use case there, as it is a line of sight ability, and that wall absolutely denied it of its uses. Now Oath White going to be flipping this one back as the stragglers from Oath Black are going to be staying on the point. 96% and counting, though, so this is technically last fight.
And Oath Black does reach 99, but not before Oath White is able to flip it. Now it's Oath White yet again staging on the stage, waiting patiently for Oath Black to come in. But Oath Black already grouped up, it seems, ready to roll and already moving to engage.
That is one pick on the side of Oath White, so it's Oath Black going to be playing a little bit safe now. Massive pick early on is going to mean that they're not going to be able to push quite as aggressively as they'd like to. Buying more time for Oath White, meaning that they have to win less fights. It's a very good scenario for them. We're getting in the last 30% here. Here we go. There's the Reaper. Blossom. It's going to be straight on the supports. The Immortality Foot going to be keeping them alive for just long enough to survive it. A little bit of follow through, but it will be split parties, split fights going on. Neither one really selling it. There's the freeze. There's the annihilation. All Q presses from both sides, as that was technically close to last fight. That will be a point flip for the side of Oath Black. And overtime is ticking down. Will anybody be able to touch? Will anybody able to make it in time? No, they will not. And that will be the first map to Oath Black.
Great job there from Oath Black. Both teams right now seemingly relying pretty heavily on the May walls and the rotations with freeze. All kinds of different abilities being thrown at it. We see them waiting out the lamp. A lot of smart plays. And just playing overall really patient, waiting for their tank to come in, get that wall, get that 1 or 2 little picks early, and picks on the tank like that in situations like they showed there. It's really powerful to have a tank against a team with no tank.
Yeah.
And that showed Oath Black several times, securing early picks on the Reinhardt and then using the Ramattra Swift, their speed boost there, just to get into and get those extra picks. And it really paid off. And we're starting here. Changes a little bit on both teams. We see a Symmetra now for the side of Oath White. Roadhog now being played for Oath Black.
Interesting pick here. The Roadhog going to be... oh my goodness, that was a scary Reinhardt charge. I thought he was going to go in and try to commit to that pin. Wall used to try to split off the rest of Oath Black from their team, but it wasn't quite forward enough. Anti-Nade trying to find some purchase, and Night Slash will actually get a pick onto the enemy Baptiste. As Oath Black continue to press forward as they continue to find picks they need. That's another beautiful right click there, showing why they picked the Hog. That's 3. You wouldn't really expect that these days with Hog not being the greatest tank, but there it is.
Night Slash showing just how powerful Roadhog can be. Oath Black already setting up the point, almost to 10 seconds now. And the Roadhog's moving up, probably going to look for an environmental kill. Oath White playing it smart and rotating through White Room. Funny enough, given their names, but it's already looking like they're about to, group up for this next fight, or rushing towards the point.
I like this swap to the Cassidy here. Going to be providing tons of burst damage onto the front line. And if they can land those headshots, so much damage can come through here. Ultimate's already building up very quickly for both of these teams as trades come back from each other. They're very close. Squid able to take out the enemy May. Ana, you wouldn't think they're a DBS player, but they're able to do it. Ultimate's almost ready. The high noon, I think, came through, but it did get canceled out by Squid. Once again, the Ana doing so much work here on the side of Oath Black. Oath White struggling to finish up this fight, despite at some point having a numbers advantage, and that will be another fight win for the side of Oath Black as we get to 60% and counting here.
Absolutely, and just like you mentioned, it looked like Oath White had that, but then Oath Black was able to come back due to several fantastic plays from Squid, especially on their support. You know, really that one purple, that anti-nade, not allowing the enemy team to be healed was super powerful, and I think made a huge difference in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to be seeing Oath White going through the white room, rotating all the way up and through. There's the Blossom, though, gets behind the tank. Presses Q and is able to pick off, too, with the nano boost as well to keep them alive from the pin. Zane going to be able to pick off 4, and that will be another fight lost for the side of Oath White as Oath Black showing their absolute strength on this map at 93% and counting. Somebody's going to have to touch.
Yeah, it's really kind of a mad rush towards the point as ultimates are used on both sides trying to get it there.
With just the amount of ultimates that were still ready from Oath Black, there was not a chance.
Absolutely. Oath Black, that whole map, it seemed, doing a fantastic job of, you know, securing the point. We see this play of the game from Nightslide.
Yeah, I mean, the Ramattra, right? In this closed-off room, we're going to see this here. So much damage and annihilation. I mean, this was one of the first fight wins for either one of these teams, and finding 4 like that is just brutal.
And again, you know, it's so crazy to be able to build that ultimate so fast. You know, halfway through the second fight, already having annihilation, already using it. You know, saw the 4K there, fantastic play all around. But Oath Black throughout that did a really good job of, you know, maintaining space and using abilities on cooldown. You know, finding smart ways to work together as a team. And I think that's part of the reason they had such an advantage there, is they played so well as a team, communicating those abilities, using each member of their team super well, and each ability that their character has extremely well. I mean, it didn't seem like there was a wasted ability anytime in there. We saw the anti-nades from the Ana, the May walls, Ramatra's pummels were paired perfectly well with all of that. It was really good.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I really enjoyed that first map over there from the side of Oath Black and Oath White. You know, like I said, very nice to see these players come out again and go against each other. Yeah, go get your stuff at the Fat Cat booth. Heck yeah. They're back there. You should go take a look. Super cool stuff. But yeah, really enjoying watching both of these teams play each other, and really glad that we get to see this event, get to see our OE teams actually go up against each other. Speaking of the event and what we've been allowed to do with it, I just wanted to give a quick shout out here to Spray Can. For nearly 11 years, Spray Can Creative has worked under the belief that craftsmanship and hard work united with intentional relationships yield the highest quality of creative products. Websites, branding, murals, packaging, and more. Whatever your business creative need, it's Spray Can's goal to help you fulfill it. So, thank you to our sponsors. And yeah, we're very appreciative that this event is allowed to take place.
Absolutely, and we came together a lot of these great matches. We've seen several on stream alone, but there's been several outside as well. You know, fantastic matches, great plays from all over. We've got teams coming together right now for this invitational from all across the state. And we've seen, as you can see behind us, some crazy plays being made, all kinds of insane ultimates being used. And it's been a ton of fun to come together. And we're able to do that thanks to sponsors for our event. But for this next map, I don't think we've picked map yet. But what kind of changes do you think Oath White will make in order to counteract what Oath Black's throwing at them?
So I think I actually really like what both teams are coming out with. I like that they're kind of sort of mirroring each other in the strategies. I think they have the players that are built around those strategies. I think this rush composition works really well for both of them. The key to rush, though, is the May walls. The May walls have always been key. Being able to split off the enemy tank and jump on that tank, and getting rid of that tank and really pushing that advantage, making it so that you go forward, you get to the squishies eventually by just taking out the biggest wall in front of you, is a big part of May's entire play structure. Separate the tank, follow through. And if they can do that, they're going to be able to find themselves in a much more um, fruitful position where they might be able to find a few more fight wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it's really kind of difficult to play around a May wall sometimes. It comes out of nowhere, literally instantly, I believe, and then you're just stuck. Not only does it block your ability to shoot through that area, but also blocks, you can't move through it. Unlike a shield like Reinhardt's shield or Sigma's shield, you can't move through May walls. You can't come back and forth, and you can't see. So even if you do make it around, you have no idea what might be on the other side. So it's a really dangerous ability to have your team split with, because then they're no longer fighting your full five. They're fighting the one or two that might be stuck between it. And we saw time after time Oath Black using that, trapping off the Reinhardt, maybe getting a DPS as well. And then, just literally pummeling them down, using that ability, just beating them down until they're gone.
Quite literally.
Yes, quite literally. And there's nothing that your team can do in order to counteract that. So one thing I think that could help with that, you got to play a lot tighter. Can't let yourself get split, and you've got to try to maybe bait out that May wall, or just work around it. Get in a space where they can't use it. Like on Lijiang there, you could maybe go up really high, jump down from the sky, land in the center of the point, and there's not really anything they can do to wall you off.
Yeah.
So long as they don't beat you there.
Well, the crazy thing about Maywall is you can actually kind of sort of escape it kind of easily if you're playing a Reinhardt, and they put it right behind you. If you're holding S, you can just literally walk over it as it gets deployed underneath you. Unfortunately, that doesn't work if there's not somewhere for you to go above the wall. If you're in a building and the wall appears in front of you and you can't fit your butt between the building and the wall, you're not going to be able to fit. You're just going to get stuck behind, and that's where the capitalization of that comes from, right? So May, very good regardless of what situation she is, but really whenever you're indoors and you have to play so much safer and so much tighter, I really like that. The ability to not have your entire team separated, right? If your Reinhardt is playing so close with your squishies that your squishies get pulled along with them, that May wall is going to become a half or a third as effective.
Absolutely. And not just the May wall you got to worry about. Like we saw from Squid, that Onanade being used, that huge purple we saw, especially in point 2 or map 2 there, was really powerful. It looked like White had it. They still had the run, still had both supports, and it's looking like they were going to win against just the Ana and a Reaper, I believe. But, that one purple nade not allowing Reinhardt to be healed anymore, and with Reaper doing so much damage at that close of a range, we saw Reinhardt just get melted down. So within that, that 3-second-ish time of the purple, the health just went way down.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I definitely agree. I think Ana herself has sort of changed in the way she was played, right? So whenever we were looking at Overwatch 1, she was very much defensive. She very much was a ranged healer. She still is very much a ranged healer and has those defensive cooldowns, but with the power of anti-nade and the power of sleep and the ability to negate a tank's ability to exist, she's become much more aggressive. She's become much more DPS focused. She can win 1v1s against DPS characters given good enough mechanics. And I think we've been seeing that perfectly well from Squid.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Ana's nade is a pretty unique utility in the fact that there aren't, there's a lot of utilities used within supports. Kiriko has her Suzu, but it's pretty similar to Baptiste's Lamp, provides immunity for a short time, cleanses the effects. But there's, outside of, Junker Queen's new ability, the bleed, I think from her ultimate only, it allows the other team to not be healed. So, and on the flip side, Ana's nades also allow her team to be healed more, and I think that's why it's such a powerful piece of utility that's unique to specifically Ana, and that allows Ana, pretty, like you mentioned, a unique play style to what we've seen before and what's seen in other characters.
Yeah, I mean with the AoE effect of the Ana nade, if you're able to land it on, if you're able to throw that into both tanks, and one of your tanks is going to get a health boost, and the other tank is going to be like no healing for 6 seconds, that's an immediate cue to your tank to just press W.
Absolutely.
And just to go and just to win. And so what we've really discovered here is while everybody is important on a team, if you're able to capitalize on Ana splits or Ana anti-nades or May splits in a rush composition, you can pretty much roll over. Junkertown is the next map we're going to be going to, which is the exact opposite of what I thought either one of these teams would be picking.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty unique compared to what we just saw at Lijiang Tower. Excuse me, very different. A lot more open sidelines, and until the very end, not very many tight spaces to play that brawl that Oath Black did. I think that's a very smart choice from Oath White, not allowing Oath Black to play in those tight brawls they did so well in. Maywall's not very useful here, really at all, because there's nowhere to trap them when they're all rotating different ways. So many open sidelines, so many different rotation paths. Junkertown is a really great map, I think, to counteract that a lot. A lot of those open sidelines can be used to play some different characters, kind of the opposite, like we mentioned in Lijiang. Now those characters like Widowmaker, Ashe especially, can see a lot more value here because of those long sidelines. And I'm really excited to see some other characters, maybe see Hitoke on the Bastion that they mentioned. Really excited about that.
Well, I do hear a Tracer in the lobby. So we're going to be seeing with the flank routes, with the ability to just constantly be behind the enemy team. I think that the Tracer from the side of Oath White could also be very, very good.
Absolutely, especially Zen with the Discord. They've got a really great comp, I think, Oath White here. But Oath Black running that hit scan, Sigma's shield doing a great job protecting him from that.
Beautiful shot there. Zane's going to be able to take out one already as Oath Black going to be pushing into that advantage on the high ground. I like this poke defense, but you cannot ignore that Widow, and that's another one down for the side of Oath Black, or Oath White.
They're already moving, both teams taking high ground. Oath White now having to back up just a little bit, wait for the rest of their team, and Oath Black just pushing forward on that advantage.
We're going to be seeing both Sigmas meet each other here as the high ground is given to Oath Black. It's a massive advantage. It's going to allow you to fight them whatever you want to. I apologize. Excuse me.
But yeah, dude, just Oath Black's tank just pushing them back, not letting them escape this room. Now having to use it full cooldowns to get that, but the cart's already there, almost to the checkpoint.
That's incredible. I mean, that's 1 meter left. Nobody's able to touch. And that's going to be a nice attack there from the side of Oath Black. I don't know how else to put that. That was just beautiful. They recognized that they got 2 picks. They pressed W. They took high ground. They took control of the situation. And even when Oath White sort of grouped up together, they just couldn't quite compare to the spam damage of like walking through a choke.
Oh, absolutely. Sigma's so powerful, doing so much damage in that little spot. They can't really peek it, but they're going to take that damage. And that was one of the fastest first point caps I think I've ever seen on Junkertown.
Yeah, it was very impressive. Junkertown's a map that is very hard to defend on first point, though, to be fair.
Absolutely.
You have a dozen angles to look forward to, whereas the enemy team only knows one way, forward.
And
right?
what feels like one of the longest walks from spawn
True.
in the map.
In the history. Zane, once again, using this high ground and their Sigma shield to stay alive. But there's the anti-nade for the enemy Sigma. It's not going to be enough to find him, but now the Tracer's going to have enough room to sort of get into that back line, find those picks. But they've almost made it to second point. Will anybody going to touch? There's the nano onto the cast ID, finally taking out the progress that Oath Black has made through 4 minutes and 15 seconds left on the clock, and we've finally seen a fight win from the side of Oath White.
Yeah, Oath White now pushing their advantage, getting extra picks, trying to stagger out Oath Black as much as they possibly can. The pick on the Widow is really late, going to buy them a lot of time, especially if Zanjamin decides to stay on the Widow, which they don't. Switching to Mei now, which I think is really interesting. Could be useful towards the third point and could help them get past just this little spot here.
There's a sticky nade in the immortality field already forced out from the side of Oath Black. No picks, but, I mean, you might as well just take that as well. High noon with the Flux. Might be able to find one. It does. The Flux actually gets canceled, I think. The Cassidy didn't take all that damage, and now it's going to be Oath White with a massive advantage here.
And, the big purple from there allowing them to press that advantage even more. We have ultimates now for both teams ready to go, but Oath White still holding this high ground so strong and not allowing them to push through and doing a fantastic job of just keeping that sideline and keeping them where they want them.
3 minutes on the clock, so time has been burnt. That's a massive Flux. The Transcendent's going to be forced out there to keep the rest of the team alive as we have Oath White still holding the high ground. They're going to be forced to contest the cart as more and more progress is made. The Zenyatta gets down low, so we'll actually find the Tracer in the end. and the hunter becomes the hunted, essentially. And second point, 5 meters left. Anybody can touch. And Lucio trying to stall it there, but it won't be enough. 4 minutes on the clock for point two.
Crazy hold there from Oath White, but Oath Black was able to flip it eventually, finally making that checkpoint, moving those spawns, and now Oath White trying to find a place to stage, it seems, as they get ready for Oath Black to come right back in. Zanjamin already trying to find a little bit of poke, looking for a headshot or two, trying to get an early pick, but both teams are already engaging here on this high ground.
Yeah, I don't really ever see this in type of engagement before. They're up on the spinny oil drill or whatever the heck you want to call it, sort of fighting each other on this awkward high ground. Gonna be retreating eventually, but Oath Black, we see this time and time and time again. They get so much progress with so little contention. Oath White will get the first pick, but it will be traded out.
And Oath White really doing a good job of holding this high ground. They forced Oath Black, but just like you said, no one's contesting the payload. So they are literally just pushing it all the way through.
They're winning the fight. Like we see the Tracer in the backline find 3, I believe, and they do eventually counteract. 3 minutes on the clock here, so only 1 minute's been burned, and they've already gotten halfway through the objective. Not a terrible way to hold. I think playing for the fight win is definitely more important than just fighting for the objective, but at the same time, so much progress.
Absolutely, and Oath Black playing so well. Again, the strong coordination as a team is really giving them a big advantage. They're moving together, playing as a group, using abilities as a group, and I think that's really powerful here as they move towards the second half at this point.
Going to be seeing multiple ultimates online for both these teams. It's about to be a Q press. That's a beautiful immortality field there to keep the backline alive, but it's just not enough to find Squid, who gets forced down on the high ground and will get picked off eventually. Nice pick there from Oath White. Ultimate's getting traded. There's the freeze from Oath Black. It's able to find the enemy Sigma, but it might just not be enough. T-Start's going to be following it up with the Tact Visor. And with that, finding 3. Beautiful stuff there as Oath Black can be able to hold strong.
Absolutely insane visor there for T-Sword, clearing the point, cleaning up those kills, buying them a lot of time. They also staggered pretty heavily, so it might be really difficult for Oath White to find, a full 5 reset here as this point comes only, very close now to the finish.
1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. The sound barrier comes through just before the flux, so it is going to negate it in time as long as it didn't take too much damage. The anti-nade, absolutely massive there onto the enemy Sigma. Could find some value, but nobody's able to sort of conclude that follow-through. Knights, oh my goodness, so much damage coming up from Oath Black. They've never stopped moving, and with no more meters to go.
That really great play, pretty in shock right now. Oath Black able to go and secure all those kills using just the flux. They had several more ultimates to use, but they ended up not having to because of their, excellent teamwork and really great cleanup at the end. We're looking at some stats right now. Pretty insane stats right now, especially for the side of Oath White. You see one of their DPS with almost 7,000 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what I want to emphasize. Oath White is doing a great job. They're winning a lot of fights. They're constantly getting picks, and they're doing great things. But Oath Black just gets so much free value. And this is they pushed halfway through point. They burn off a minute. They're doing a great job at keeping Oath White away and distracted and not focused on entirely the objective. And so you get halfway through the objective, you have to win half the amount of fights in order to conclude your journey to the end.
Absolutely. We saw them there. It seemed not really struggle too much to move the payload. They didn't stop really until the end of point 2, right there before they capped it. And that was when Oath White finally decided to contest it for a little bit, clearing them off. That allowed them to win. They were able to buy a little bit more time, but then after they capped, they didn't contest again until halfway there. So it was, like you said, that's just a lot of free value, a lot of free space. And we talk time and time again about the importance of space in Overwatch.
Yeah, like you said, Oath White, they're winning fights. They have good strategies, they have good thoughts, but the Oath Black just finding opportunities to get that value. We have a Widow looking down sight, down main, trying to find any heads. Very safe play here from the side of Oath White, and I really respect it as the Winston goes in deep, tries to pick off anybody, but not doing a whole lot of damage. Will eventually take out the enemy Tracer, and nobody's found on the dive.
And we have a Winston now for the side of Oath White, and I think that can be really smart, help to take a lot of space, push them off the high ground, and it's overall working out pretty well for them. We already see them with a couple picks. They're using that spawn advantage as best as they possibly can, and they've pushed it pretty far so far, about halfway through the first point, doing extremely well. Now both teams just kind of looking for picks.
Absolutely. Oath White, once again having the same sort of luck. Here's 3 minutes on the clock. One pick there for the side of Oath Black as they're going to continue pressing forward there. Oh my goodness, the mechanics on that Zenyatta. Absolutely annihilating the enemy Tracer, who you would normally assume to be the counter.
Absolutely. Just throwing fives or the orbs to the face is going to kill anybody, I think, just like it did that Tracer. But we're seeing the cast swap a little bit, cast to the side of Oath White. I think that could be a really good opportunity, but they just need to play safe. Now already jumping in the team.
So low. That headshot there from the side of the Widow actually, negating the amount of value that the Winston's able to get, because you have to be careful. You have to not die, obviously. Zane, once again, going to find the enemy Tracer. This Tracer, it's on paper a good pick against a Widow Zenyatta, but if you can't reach your query in time.
Absolutely. Or when your enemy is this good, able to pick you off just like that before you can even do anything, it's a really difficult pick.
There's the stick. It was saved by the bell. The immortality field comes out from Oath Black. Important cooldown forced out. This could be what Oath White needs as the Nano Cassidy comes out. Anti-Nade doesn't quite find purchase, but I understand what they're trying to do here. Playing really aggressive, playing on that advantage with the Nano. There's the Flux Transcendence to keep the rest of the team alive, and that will be one found. Will eventually get shredded out with a very nice Pulse Bomb, and now with the Primal Rage, going to be keeping the Monkey alive for until they get picked up by Squid. Oh my goodness, Zane, what?
Crazy flick for the headshot onto the Tracer, clearing the cart of all enemies.
I mean, Oath White had it. They had the ability to push forward. They had the picks. They had the fight win. They had the ultimates used. The squishies are just so good. Okay, I was bracing for it there.
But yeah, now Oath Black back as a full 5, already holding this, this kind of defensive position on the low ground, and Oath White jumping in, trying to get a pick here.
1 minute left on the clock. Neither team really finding a place to move. Zane's going to get another pick. T-Sword activates Attack Visor, and that's going to leave so much damage with the window. The Transcendence trying to keep the rest of Oath White alive, but not together enough, and with too much damage on that Nano Attack Visor window, I mean, what are you going to do against that?
And now just 30 seconds left for Oath White to push the payload the rest of the way to get this first checkpoint. A couple ultimates, working really well. All they've got to do is push them off that high ground, which they've done in the past, and move, get a couple picks here. And they're already doing that, trying to jump in, get a couple picks.
Solid dive there now from the side of Oath White. They're going to be picking off 2. Oath Black going to be forced back here as we have an aggressive on in the back line as well. Along with the Tracer finally really wanting to get vengeance for the mistreatment I feel like they've had this match. Might be the time for them to finally capture first point as overtime is here and could possibly be ticking down quite soon.
And Oath Black might be looking to touch, and yes, they do right now, jump right on it. Already back and going.
Solid target priority, the Oath White finally, coming together and saying, we're going to take out this person, we're going to take them out now. The Immortality Field keeps Night Slash alive. It does so much for them. That's one support down, but it won't be enough. Overtime is still ticking. You can't leave the point yet, and that will finally be the capture for Oath White as they have 2.5 minutes on the clock.
2.5 minutes now to move past that second point. They did a great job of, just like we said, pushing them off that high ground, getting an early pick, giving them the advantage that Oath Black has had so long. And I think that the swap from Cassidy to Widowmaker playing really well, able to get a little bit more extra burst damage, really quick, get a headshot, get that pick. And, Oath Black right now setting up on this high ground, waiting for Oath White to move in. Oath White kind of taking it steady, looking for a pick here and here, but not doing anything too dangerous till they have their full 5.
2 minutes on the clock as Oath White continue to make progress, get about halfway through. That's once again a beautiful dive there. The Zenyatta Discord Orb, I believe, assisting in the monkey dive. And once again, that's both DPS down. Oath Black sort of finding a position where they're not getting a chance to sort of regroup and fight as a team.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they Nano Monkey to engage in this fight.
That's going to be another one, and the staggers are coming through. You know, that's the one good thing about Winston and the fact that he has low damage is that the kills take so long that once you do, they're staggered. I never really thought about it like that before, but I'm going to think about that like now. There's a Transcendence and the sleep from Oath White going to be absolutely annihilating the ultimate from Night Slash Transcendence in response, and so is the Blossom. It's a very clean and appropriate response there from the side of Oath Black. They might be able to clean this one up, but the Widow on the high ground will eventually get picked up, not before finding two. It's a 2v2 on the point. The Reaper, though, in the face of the Monkey, just too much damage, and unless it's the miracle, I got scared there with the pulse bomb there, of a 1v2, it won't quite happen. So Oath White looked very, very clean there, but there are 45 seconds left on the clock, and they're just outside point two.
They've realistically got one more fight to make something happen, get it back, just like last time. All they got to do is jump up there, and they've proven they can do it, so they've just got, with the crazy pick from the Widow, already Oath Black is down one.
Another huge pick, but you've got to watch out for this Reaper, man. He's just like absolute epitome of a counter for the Monkey, and getting caught in that small room is so unfortunate. 15 seconds left. He'll be able to make it back in time, or he should be as the Winston. If the team can survive long enough, 10 seconds on the clock, bodies have to eventually get to the point. So low, Night Slash gets the target priority is huge there from the side of Oath White, but picks come left, right, front, center. T-Sword able to pick off three, including both supports, and now with the Primal Rage, it's just the Winston on the point trying to hold on to things. Overtime is ticking down, and that will be Oath Black taking the second map and the series.
Great game for Oath Black, doing a fantastic job of keeping space, playing well, yet again playing together as a team. Really great showing from them. And a well-deserved play of the game for Zanjamin on the Hanzo.
Absolutely. Here in the attack side of things, finds one, looking for more, picking them off one by one, and there was technically 3 eliminations if you add them all up. Very solid play, like you said, from the side of Oath Black. Oath White did look strong. Eventually, they started figuring out. Eventually, they started saying, we're going to Discord Orb dive. We're going to focus whoever our Winston jumps. We're going to really nail him down. And then the Reaper swap, right? The Reaper swap really sort of counteracted that balance. You went for the dive. It worked out great. It was a good, solid choice. But with a Reaper in a Monkey's face, there's not a whole lot you're going to be able to do.
Absolutely. A really smart swap there for the DPS of Oath Black, paying off almost instantly, able to kind of negate some of the power the Winston had, and doing a fantastic job of really finding them and just making sure they get melted down. And I think that was honestly what allowed them to keep that third point. That and the crazy plays they had. We saw the Blossom come out, and then the Visor to help clean up. I think T-Sword actually, before the Visor, was able to get 3 and just use the Visor to clean the rest of them up with 10 seconds left on the clock. Another example of their great plays together as a team and both as an individual.
Absolutely. Well, that does conclude this particular match of Oath White versus Oath Black. Congratulations all around to all of these players. Very nice to see you guys again and to be able to cast you. It's an honor, and I'm so glad to see where and how you guys have grown over the past couple of years. So that will conclude this match. Don't go away. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3 of our Oath Open Invitational. My name is Murph. I'm joined by Imperium, and we are bringing you an exciting match. Allen Mustangs versus the Aztecs.
Absolutely. We're going to start out on Oasis today. Looking forward to it. Not much is known about these teams from us per se, but they've got this far, doing pretty good so far, staying in the tournament, doing a good job. And Oasis is a control point. Just like we've said in the past, we've started with control every night tonight, so you kind of have a little bit of understanding if you watch some of the games so far today, but it's a center point, both teams competing to capture it and hold that for 100% or 100 seconds. So, all kinds of different comps can be run here.
Yeah, absolutely. And just as you mentioned, of course, first to 100% takes the point. It's a best of 3 in the map itself. The series is also best of 3. So we're going to be seeing that here. As we mentioned before, this is our first look, I believe, of the night from them. And going to be opening up with a few interesting choices here on a compositional.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we've got Allen right now running a pretty interesting comp with the Bastion. I'm super excited to see that again. Looks like kind of a Bastion brawl type. Really nice composition. I personally enjoy playing, but for the side of the Aztecs, it's looking like they're kind of doing a poke brawl hybrid of sense.
Absolutely. An Aztec going to be taking very nice high ground here, playing slow, choosing when to engage wisely, waiting out that Bastion turret possibly. And neither team really finding any picks, just finding a little bit of value, poking at each other from a distance, looking for any advantage they can make for themselves. Aztecs will be dropping first to try to get first control of the point. They will get the capture. Bastion turret used, not any value found too much. Reinhardt's put a little bit of pressure on the side of Aztecs, but for the most part, they're maintaining control over Allen Mustangs, who are trying to push their way in here.
Yeah, Allen's use of Bastion with the Mercy Pocket can do a lot of damage in a really short period of time. And we see it already able to kind of melt that Reinhardt shield and pierce right through.
Beautiful anti-nade there also from the side of Aztecs, putting in so much pressure on the DPS and the backline of Allen Mustangs that they're forced to retreat. This will be the first fight win for them. That first fight took 35 seconds, so we're already a third of the way through this particular point.
And, we kind of talked about the sort of weirdness coming from the side of the Aztecs with this kind of brawl poke hybrid, but it seems to be paying off so far. Both the Ashe and the Sojourn getting pretty good amounts of value coming from a team that's centered around their Reinhardt with the Lucio speed. Two characters that don't seem to move much. Sojourn kind of zips around, but Ashe kind of stays in one place, still getting a lot of value. And the Bastion already coming back in, trying to look to melt a shield or get a pick here.
60% and counting now for the side of Aztecs. Is that Nano Reinhardt's just going to go deep in. Holy cow, you love to see it. The Reinhardt's having a field day right now. Just presses W into the squishies and immediately ends that fight before it can even really begin. Now 75% and counting it for the side of the Aztecs, as Allen Mustang are going to be looking at possibly different strategies or maybe something to shake things up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably looking to make a couple changes moving through here, but we see a lot of ultimates coming on for both sides right now. So this last fight moving in with 10 seconds left for the Aztecs on the clock. Allen's really got to look to do something before the time runs out.
Multiple ultimates online for both these teams. We're just going to see who gets the bigger value. The Annihilation ultimate comes out for the side of Alan Mustang, but there's a Shatter finds too. The Valkyrie Mercy, though, keeping the rest of the team alive for just a little bit, wasn't quite enough to stop a smashing Reinhardt. And with nobody there to touch, nobody left alive, it's going to be Aztec with the first point capture.
And a really solid performance there from the Aztecs, holding that point for the entire time. There wasn't a single point flip, doing a great job of just charging into their faces, swinging the hammer, getting the picks as they try to run away, doing a lot of damage really quick, which is what I thought the Bastion would be doing, but they just did it first, and that allowed them to do so well in that first point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we see it, right? So this is what I often say with the Bastion. You really want to play around turret. You don't want to try to push in while the Bastion turret is active because they do so much damage, it never works out well for the tank. Aztec's doing a really great job at waiting out for the Bastion to use that cooldown, and we mentioned that 10 seconds is infinite time in Overwatch.
Absolutely.
You have 10 seconds of downtime from that Bastion to effectively majorly reduce their DPS count, and so you use that advantage. They use that to your advantage to basically press W into their backline. Very nice high ground here from the side of Aztec because they're going to be using the jump pad there, getting in so much damage with the Ashe. The Bastion gets down low, but will be saved in time. It will be Alan Mustang first with the point control. Aztecs jump down to contest. Neither team finding a pick just yet. I love how Aztecs play so patiently and just wait for their opportunity to get past the enemy tank. We see it here. Two people go down. Roger's able to pick off one, but yeah, once again, Aztecs just doing such a great job at finding weaknesses between the front line and the back line, finding that disconnect, and just pressing W whenever it's needed.
And a pretty solid stagger there. You know, 2 are just spawning as 3 are being killed. So that's going to be a lot of time off for the side of Allen. Aztecs, once again, you know, being super strong, just getting in their face, not allowing them to rotate, not allowing Allen to rotate where they want to. And Aztecs just doing a great job of distracting them, keeping them focused on one spot while they roll through their back line.
Very nice, man. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. Going to be building up so much ult charge.
And right now, Aztecs just staging on that high ground, playing smart, waiting patiently, looking for a little bit of damage, building a few ultimates before Allen comes up and tries to take this high ground from him. Beautiful
sleep, going to be basically forcing that Armature off the high ground. He was woken up, I believe, but they will be separated now. Now the Armature's anti-nated. That's a beautiful follow-through for the side of Aztecs. They recognize that in an instant leap on it. The kill hasn't quite gone through, and actually it's a Bastion going to be able to find a pick on the enemy Lucio. 55% counting there for the side of the Aztecs, yet they have not lost this fight, and the res actually forced to come out from the enemy Mercy. Allen not quite able to find purchase on anybody yet. There it is with the Bastion damage finally coming in clutch. Main healer taken out eventually on the side of Aztecs, and this could be the fight that Mustangs are looking for to sort of flip this one back. 75% counting though, they still have perfect control of the point, and it's just Roger left.
Yeah, Bob used there to kind of stall point and act as an extra player as they were down one. But Annihilation comes out from the side of Allen to really push them back off, make them back, and they finally flip.
I like the attempt at canceling out the control. It didn't quite happen, and now Aztecs, they're back up and regrouped and have a chance to sort of flip this one back just as quickly as Alan Mustangs were able to take it. There's the Shatter. It's able to find 1, find 2, maybe 3. The anti-nade as well. It's absolutely beautiful combo to the Nano. That on a Ryan combination is just huge, and it's going to be immediately flipping that one back just as stated before, 90% in counting here, and somebody's going to have to touch from the side of Alan Mustangs.
Absolutely crazy, but they did have to use 3 ultimates to do it. Now they're at a pretty big ultimate disadvantage, but no one makes it to touch.
Aztecs will take that first map in a very aggressive and quite dominant fashion. I mean, we just saw so many times that the Ryan was able to get to the back line and separate them with the hammer. Usually you would think that if Orion gets aggressive, what a team would typically do is turn around and just melt him, right? But something about the way that Aztecs was handling this was just allowing them to continuously find value in that super aggressive playstyle.
Yeah, Aztec support's doing a fantastic job of keeping their Reinhardt alive as he just swings through their entire team, getting pick after pick, followed by the pretty great hit scan job that they've been playing as well. The Ashe and the Sojourn have been getting several picks as well to follow up with that Reinhardt, doing a lot of extra damage. So really playing extremely well throughout that entire map.
Yeah, and honestly, I want to say, like, I know I said I don't know how this Reinhardt isn't dying in the backline, but the support from the Ana is absolutely key here. We keep seeing anti-nade after anti-nade after anti-nade. If we look back in the broadcast, I had mentioned that if you're able to throw an anti-nade on the two tanks, one of those tanks is going to win the fight, and it's whoever got the health boost. It's whoever their allied Ana is, because if your enemy tank is anti-naded, they can't get any healing for 6 seconds. That is a massive flag. That's a giant green flag that says, go, I'm going to press W, I'm going to win. And we just kept seeing that. Every single time that the Aztecs Reinhardt went in deep, it was followed by some sort of Ana nade.
100%. And the Ana also had several really fantastic sleep darts there. We saw the one as Ramattra gets launched up by the jump pad, the perfectly timed sleep to get that. He falls right in front of him, and they get the easy pick. Several beautiful plays just like that. They played so well together, we could see them coordinated enough to move. Make the same rotations, play super well. Look for picks when the Reinhardt charges in, because he kind of knocks the team apart. Did a really good job there. They did a really good job of staging the high ground, especially on that second map. And it really gave them a lot more opportunities that I don't think they would have had otherwise.
Yeah, and well, nothing. You could have a great plan. If you don't have the mechanics to follow through with it, it doesn't really matter. If you don't hit those cooldowns, if you don't recognize when you need to be pressing those buttons, and a plan can only go so far if you don't ever execute it. And Aztecs have done an incredible job at executing their plan very well. It's get in the face of the squishies, don't allow them to live, win.
Mm-hmm. And overall, Allen also did a really good job, when they were able to kind of bursting them down, separating the Reinhardt, and when they could separate the Reinhardt, they were able to get those picks and kind of make that map flip. But we are moving now to Route 66. I think that's a smart pick. Give them a little bit more space, a bit longer sight lines from the Reinhardt, allowing them to separate the team. Just like I said, it's really important. I think we talked about it earlier a little bit.
Yep.
If you can separate your Reinhardt, you can win the game. If Reinhardt can't get healed, Reinhardt dies so quick. He can't. He's really close range. So if you stay away from Reinhardt and don't let his heals support him, he will die very quickly, and that gives you a pretty easy win there for that fight.
Absolutely, and another great thing about Route 66 for this, anti-rush this anti-rush strategy that Alan Mustang is trying to reach for, is the fact that if you're able to hold on gas station pretty solidly, it's very difficult to get a Reinhardt up there. We don't yet have the funny hero that gives you verticality, so you have to rotate super far around and take these super awkward rotations that could very often leave your supports sort of out in the open and not quite there for you to for you to keep alive as a tank. And then by the time you get up on top of that gas station, you've lost half your team and probably the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Having to rotate completely around the building that they're standing in while they can shoot you the entire time makes it really difficult for a Reinhardt player to get any value there. But there are other ways to path, and it looks like they're playing Sigma instead of the Reinhardt. I think that's a really smart, the Sigma mirror for the side of Allen as well.
Yeah, as you mentioned, very awkward map for Reinhardt. I don't think the Reinhardt would have done very well here. I do like this response from both teams. They're really thinking about how exactly they counter one another, and that's exactly how you should be treating this bout, especially when it was so dominant in the first map, right?
Absolutely.
Both teams poking at each other from a distance, just trying to build up as much ult charge as they can. There is one pick by the enemy Junkrat. That's going to be Alan Mustang with the first pick there, and this could be a good sign for them to go ahead and get a little bit more aggressive now that they're down 1 DPS, but you still got to play a little bit careful.
Absolutely, and the spawn advantage they now have with that is so much longer for the side of Aztecs to get back and come back to defend, that Allen has a pretty big advantage for every single pick that they get here.
Absolutely. Any pick that comes their way is a massive advantage, and Allen does fall here as 3 massive picks. Aztecs were able to continue holding on that high ground, never really stepped off, never really panicked, never fell into the Bastion's line of sights and just continuously held that high ground until they were able to find the picks that they needed. So finding 4 there to clean up Allen Mustang, and they will continue to hold.
Yeah, and Aztec right now staging on the high ground yet again, trying to look for a spot to play and look for some kind of play to make as well. It looks like they've got a couple ultimates coming online. They're moving to try to set some of that up. So we're really looking forward to see what they do here.
Aztec forced off the high ground they love so much, and the Bastion's not going to be putting out tons of damage. Will they be able to survive it? Yes, they will. There goes the cooldown, and now it's going to be allowing Aztec to continue pressing forward here. As we mentioned, you simply wait out and survive the Bastion turret. It becomes a giant hole in your strategy, and you're able, and the enemy is able to push past that. We said it time and time again here with the Aztec. We're going to see it again as. The good thing for Allen is they're taking up the high ground here, and they are able to pick up the enemy soldier, but it's just not quite enough to get a solid foothold on this attack.
And Bastion is such a difficult hero to run against Sigma because Sigma has so many different abilities to counter everything Bastion can do. You got Shield, you've got Suck, you've got Rock that just hits, and then we have the Gravitic Flux coming online for the side of Aztec.
An entire Flux dedicated to just keeping the Bastion down. This is clearly their strategy, and clearly it is working. We also saw a nice anti-nade onto the enemy Sigma from the side of the Aztecs, and that sort of forced them to play back, forced them to separate, and allowed them to really isolate that Bastion and find the pick they needed. So once again, Aztec doing a great job in this defense here, knowing who they need to take care of, knowing when to press. They're not being super panicky about it. They know what they need to do, and they're executing it very well.
100%. And there we see the artillery strike coming on from the Bastion. Let's see what it gets.
Aimed on the back line. Very solid target choices, but it's just not going to quite find enough as they're able to dance around it. There's the nano tac visor dropping up from the sky along the right-hand side. Going to be finding 3, absolutely massive. And once again, will be a nice reset there. There's the Flux for the side of Mustangs. It gets 2 down very low, but with just the Sigma left to sort of take advantage of that and the Kitsune rush to clean up the rest of the fight. Now 30 seconds remain, and Aztec looks so powerful.
Absolutely. They did have to use several of their ultimates in order to secure that, but also so did Allen. So now both teams, left with less ultimates are really exciting to see what they kind of do here. They have 10 seconds left. This is final fight unless they're able to push past here.
We are seeing some very interesting comp swaps from the side of Allen Mustang as overtime now is here. You cannot lose a single member as overtime is officially taking down. This fight is the last. Neither team really having ultimates to spare, but there's a giant anti-nade going to be put on top of Allen Mustangs, but the tire gets sent out as well. Flux is traded too. I don't believe the tire got anything, and actually the enemy Juggernaut will go down. The massive Flux finds 2, is able to pick up the entire backline. Now no support online for this Ramatra, and that will be a 0.1 hold around the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. Aztec holding them to the first point, not allowing them to cap, doing a great job. Like you said, that Flux beautifully placed to pick off the supports, separating them from their tank. And like we've said 1,000 times, if the tank doesn't have supports, they just aren't going to win in a situation where the enemy does. So a beautiful play there using the Flux, take out both supports, getting those kills using the Rock. We saw time and time again, Aztec Sigma, just focusing down the supports, killing them early, and then the team, Allen's just left with nothing to try to back that up with. We take a look at some of the stats here. Did just disappear, but it looked like 5,000 damage is quite a bit for one of the players.
Yeah, no, absolutely. One thing I want to really highlight for the side of Aztecs is I rarely do I see teams play so patient. I mean, this is very, very, very impressive, genuinely. I'm watching a team that knows what they need to do and how to do it, but they're not trying to force it. They're just waiting for an opportune moment. We're seeing this time and time again.
Yeah.
They wait for the Bastion turret to be activated. We're going to get back into the match here. They wait for the Bastion turret to be activated, and then the moment that happens, that's their win objective. They press W, then they find value. The reason why that Bastion is not finding value is because you're playing so far back. You're able to hide, you're able to stay safe, and there's just not a lot Alan Mustang can do if you play that conservatively.
Yeah, and once again, it's so difficult to play the Bastion against a Sigma, especially one that plays as well as Aztec Sigma. But, like I said, he's got Shield that can block all the damage. If you do manage to break that, he also has Suck that he can use, and by the time both those are done, typically so is Bastion's Sentry Form. So between that and then Rock, Bastion has such a large hit scan that Rock seems to be easy to place right on him, especially when he's slow. But not too many changes. We see the Widowmaker from the side of the Aztecs, and Allen now on Soldier.
This is going to be very interesting. So much damage from the side of Alan Mustang on this defense, but they have to fight for this corner, or the defense is going to become much, much more difficult. A bit of a trip there from the enemy soldier, and it's going to be a follow-up there. Very nice from the side of Aztecs. They're going to be picking off two. No DPS online now for the side of Alan Mustangs, as this is going to be essentially the last fight. Nice sleep, nice anti-nade. That poor Amatra is not having a good old time. Mercy getting body blocked inside the gas station, and that's going to be a fight win and possibly the match. There might be a little bit of stalling here. There is one. The soldier's able to get back. Might survive for just a little bit longer. Now Junkrat and Toe is actually able to pick off a main support. That could be huge if played out, but he's so low. What a beautiful rock to clean it up. And nobody's going to be able to touch it, and that will be Alan Mustang, or Aztec, sorry, taking the series 2-0.
Good job there from the Aztecs. Again, they just played so well. They're extremely dominant through both maps. And we're about to see the play of the game.
Sharpshooter from the Kiriko. I'm ready to see some nasty headshot. Oh, okay. All right. You know what? Genuinely, that was respectful. That was one where you're like, okay, yeah, I got diffed.
just a little bit. But both teams playing extremely well again. Aztecs will be moving on into the next round of the bracket. Looking forward to that. I believe our next matchup's coming up really soon, so stay right here. We'll be right there. Another thing we're going to talk about is our sponsors. Just a quick shout out to all of them for helping us put on today's event. Again, we couldn't do it without them. It's a great opportunity for schools around the state to be able to come together, schools and teams alike, meeting together, getting to compete, see some of our Oath competitive teams come on here and be able to play the way they have. It's been a ton of fun. Neither one of us have been able to cast them throughout the season because they're out doing other things, kind of spreading Oath, doing their own thing, really building it together as a team, and both on their personal experience, getting a lot better at the game, doing a great job. So to be able to get all of them together and see them play, not just each other, but also other teams across the state, has been a ton of fun. And, again, we couldn't do it without our sponsors, so thank you.
Could not agree more. Appreciate you guys so much for coming out, supporting us, and supporting the Oath Open Invitational. Really enjoy seeing these college teams playing. Really love seeing our advanced players play in this Oath Open Invitational. Don't go away. We'll be right back with the next set of matches.
right. Hello. Welcome back, everybody, to the Oath Open Invitational. I'm Chris, and
I'm Connor, Imperium.
so we've had a bunch of really good matches today. I do think a lot of talent here today. Everybody's been doing really good, and the matchup we have right now is Rogers State University versus Oath Blurple.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, we've had some fantastic matches played all throughout the day. Seen some crazy plays, all kinds of different ultimates being used in all sorts of pretty creative ways. Sometimes we've seen crazy sleeps, crazy nanos, all kinds of different abilities. But also, like you said, we're moving on right now to RSU versus Oath Blurple. Really excited for that. RSU, I believe this is the semifinal match. Both teams worked their way up the bracket to where we are right now. RSU been doing really good. Oath Blurple been doing really good. Really excited to see what happens when these two come together.
I am too. I'm excited to see what they do comp-wise, and I've been watching both teams play, and they've been just kind of dominating. So I'm excited to see what an immovable object versus an unstoppable force looks like. And it looks like first map we're going to go ahead and go to Lijiang Tower. We've seen this match today. We haven't seen any boops on it though, so hopefully we might see one or two of those. But always a really fun match.
Absolutely. Lijiang Tower is, of course, a control point. We've seen it played so many times. It seems to be a favorite amongst the teams tonight. But Lijiang Tower is control, like I said. Control meaning both teams competing for the stage in the center, working together to score 100%. Really excited to see how we line up here. Should be seeing the rosters pretty soon. Both teams selecting heroes right now. But what are you most looking forward to for this map?
Just looking forward to both teams just going in and cooking. I mean, as we can see here, we have, a dark horse pick from RSU, something that we haven't seen today at all, actually. And it looks like Blurple's just going to keep it the same from
absolutely.
last time.
Blurple running kind of that hard brawl with the Mei Sim, going to be really powerful here for this part of the map. But like you mentioned, RSU looks like it's running Junker Queen. I think that's a first for tonight.
And we have a pause already.
Yeah, we will be having a pause here, which is good. Gives us more time to talk about the sort of comp that RSU is running. Junker Queen, like I said, first time I think we've seen this tonight. Junker Queen's kind of a character that we don't see too often played throughout the season either. Kind of typically considered a lower power character as of right now, where she is with the current balance and the current meta. Not seen played too much, but we are coming back from that pause.
And here we go. We're good to go. We're going to start right off now with everybody just kind of running out. We do see Lucio using his speed boost to get everybody up. Both Symmetras using their teleporters, and everybody just going straight onto site. Immortal's going to instantly come off here. Mei while going up too. Kree is going to take out Reinhardt here. Junker Queen taking out the Mei, trying to get anybody with that knife. Immortal coming off. Lucio going to get a pick onto the Baptiste, and it looks like Cassidy's going to get another pick. Lucio falls off the map, and it looks like RSU is going to get this point first.
And Oath Blurple did a good job of beating them to the point. They were there first. They were able to stabilize, but RSU was able to get picks quickly and early, securing that team fight for them right off the bat. But Oath Blurple already back and ready to fight.
Yeah, and they're getting ready to just go back in now. Reinhardt pushing them up. We see the Mei wall come off. JQ is going to take out the Mei automatically. Reinhardt kind of getting thrown around by everybody, instantly taking out by Cassidy. We do see Baptiste taking out Cassidy, Junker Queen taking out Baptiste, just trades all around. Junker Queen getting a double kill there, really good job, and Cassidy taking out Symmetra to kind of stagger a little bit.
Great fight there from both sides, but RSU will be taking it. But once again, Oath Blurple already regrouped, already back at the choke, ready to fight. RSU kind of quickly trying to move back towards the spawn in order to keep from being just dropped on.
And we see Junker Queen use her ultimate and get a whole bunch of people with it. Gets a free pick. The Immortal saving her life. Gets a double. Really good job on her part. Maywall coming up to try to save her life so she doesn't die, but she gets picked off by Symmetra. It looks like Blurple's going to get pushed back a lot by RSU.
60% for RSU here. RSU just being so dominant right now, it seems. Playing wherever they want and doing immensely well. Oath Blurple right now trying to find a way to counteract that. We see them stabilizing right now. They're talking to each other most likely, trying to come up with a plan for this next fight in order to make a change.
Yeah. And really good job on their part. We are going to see the Cassidy use his ultimate and try to get anybody. Does take out the other Cassidy. Window's going to come out here trying to get anybody with it. Get a whole bunch of damage off. Junker Queen taking out Cassidy. A May Freeze comes off, and it freezes a good amount of people too. Blurple going straight onto the point. Maywall coming up to block Symmetra from getting away with her life. And it looks like Junker Queen's going to back up and try to get out of there alive. And it looks like Blurple will get it. Oh? We see Junker Queen's ultimate come off and put a whole bunch of people purpled. We see Baptiste ult come out, Immortal come out. It does not really do too much, though. Blurple getting RSU off this point and making sure that they are able to do it without losing anybody else, too. Shatter come off from the Reinhardt. Really good shatter there. We do see both Lucio's die, and we do see Baptiste die, too. RSU taking this point back, or trying to, at least Junker Queen getting the other tank.
Right now, RSU just trying to clean up the point. They did an excellent job. It looked like Oath Blurple had that. They did so well clearing that point, using ultimates great, but RSU able to use a couple ultimates of their own, use the teleporter to quickly get right back into the fight, and we saw them stall all the way to 99, and then in overtime stalled for a pretty long time there as well before finally being able to get the kills needed. And we had a great shatter there from Oath Blurple. Their Reinhardt doing a fantastic job of shattering, getting a couple kills, but again, RSU just already there, back and ready to fight, just able to clean up those kills and really do a good job. Looking at some of the stats right now, it's looking kind of all over the place. They got so much damage for the side of RSU. Junker Queen last map having 5,500 damage, really a pivotal force in that. Now swapping over to Doomfist for the side of RSU.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see Doomfist. We haven't seen too much of him today, but every time we did see him, it was amazing. Maywall instantly coming off, and Doomfist going straight into the backline, taking out the May. He's right behind the Reinhardt, trying to get the Reinhardt off the map, and accidentally hits himself off the map to where he dies. Reinhardt almost gets booped off the map, but does not because of the rock in the way. We do see Immortal come out. It automatically gets destroyed by the Cassidy. Lucio trading for the other Lucio. Kiriko getting a pick there too. Reinhardt getting the Symmetra, and Symmetra getting Reinhardt back.
And it is Oath Blurple with the first cap of this one. Already approaching 5%, but both teams still fighting right around that control point.
Yeah. And we do see Lucio fall off the map with Cassidy as well. Reinhardt going straight in and grabs the Doomfist. Does not get any damage off due to the Susu, though. And we do see Baptiste getting picked off by the Symmetra turret. Symmetra getting the Reinhardt by her primary weapon, too.
Symmetra doing a fantastic job. RSU just securing that point and just beaming them down on that Symmetra. Just being truly a powerful force. Just getting kill after kill right there, sweeping through Oath Blurple, pushing them back just a little bit. RSU now resetting, trying to stabilize a little bit. Oath Blurple coming through White Room on to point.
Yeah, and we do see the Cassidy ult come out. He tries to take out Cassidy, but the Immortal is there to save his life. He does hit the May with a full fist. It does not kill her, though. Baptiste is going to use his ultimate, and we're going to see a Kiriko ult as well. Oh, Lucio tried to use his ultimate and got picked instead by the Cassidy. Really good job on that part there, and it looks like RSU is just kind of cleaning up at this point and gets a team kill.
And with that team kill, the time now approaching 50%. RSU once again stabilizing, doing a great job. RSU's Doomfist really kind of playing all around, knocking their team left and right, and that makes it really difficult for Blurple's kind of brawl comp that they're trying to focus to be able to get value if their team's spread apart and focus. But once again, they're pushing through White Room, running into this point right now, kind of go straight through them.
And we do see RSU get an opening pick onto Blurple, which is their support. We do see the May ult come out, and it doesn't get anybody, though. Cassidy getting a pick, Doomfist falling off the map. We do see that Reinhardt is just taking a whole bunch of damage and getting a whole bunch of more people. Kree getting a quadruple kill, and Lucio falling off the map.
Absolutely insane play there from Oath Blurple. Getting pick after pick, headshot after headshot, it seemed. Cassidy just getting so many kills there, allowing their team to recap, now pushing 35 points.
And a really good job on their part. We do see the Reinhardt use his ultimate, but it does not get anybody due to the shield blocking it. RSU gets 3 kills, automatically 4 kills now, and it looks like they will get that point back after a team kill for Lucio jumping off the map so he does not get staggered any.
15 seconds now, closer to 10. Oath Blurple has one more fight to try to flip this back into their favor.
We do see the switch onto Reaper here. We do hear Reinhardt use his Shatter, but it does not get anybody. We are in overtime now. Reaper falling off the edge of the map. Baptiste getting killed as well. RSU just trying to take anybody they can out, and it looks like they will take everybody out for RSU getting map 1.
And with that cleanup, RSU does take map 1. Li Jiang Tao here will move on to the next one. RSU throughout that match being such a powerful force. Kill after kill every single time. Crazy play after crazy play. But here is the clip of Oath Blurple getting all of those crazy picks.
Yeah, and really good job by Oath Blurple, especially right here, too. They were showing a lot of pressure. RSU was just able to show more. What a shot. Oh, my gosh. Really good job. That's crazy. Honestly, better than me.
100%. But, again, RSU doing a fantastic job. Oath Blurple trying to push this brawl comp, and RSU just finding ways to cancel that out. Not allowing them to play brawl how it needs to be played in order to get value. Really made it difficult for Oath Blurple to get kind of past that, get on to the point where they can. RSU seemingly always ready, despite Oath Blurple's great plays, and it seemed like well thought out pathing, they just weren't able to get past that truly powerful force that is RSU's both tank and DPS line.
Yeah, and RSU was, as you said, just able to hold them out. Like, it is control, and RSU understood that they were supposed to just sit there and hold the point, and that's exactly what they did. They did that flawlessly. Really good job on their part. We don't know what the next map will be, but we do know that it will be a payload.
Absolutely. We've seen a lot of different escort maps thrown out today, primarily being either Junkertown or we've seen Route 66 several times so far. So I'm expecting, again, one of those. It might be difficult. It is Oath Blurple's pick, so maybe they might decide to go another way while trying to push that brawl comp. Neither one of those would be great for a brawl, especially if you want the Reinhardt on it. It's going to be really difficult for them to be able to run that in a map like that. So I'm fully expecting to see something pretty unique as we move into this next map, something maybe we haven't seen tonight. But who knows? We should be finding out pretty soon.
And, whenever I hear Blurple, honestly, I kind of think of food. I think of, just so happen to think of pies. And, look at that. One of our sponsors today was Rail Yard Pie Shop. The tastiest sponsor today, I've heard, actually, funny enough. And so we really do thank you guys over at Rail Yard Pie Shop for that.
Absolutely. And again, can't do it without our sponsors. And Rail Yard Pie Shop, it says nothing goes better than with heart-pumping esports action than delicious homemade pie. Flavors include classic apple crumble, peanut butter, and key lime. Don't forget to follow Rail Yard Pie Shop on social media for updates on the latest flavors and community events. So thank you so much to Rail Yard Pie Shop for sponsoring tonight. Again, we couldn't do it without you.
I think they should make a Blurple flavor.
That would be a genius
blueberry
idea.
flavor with raspberry?
Partnership of sorts. That
sounds
really good, actually.
Yeah, that would actually be really good. I'm not going to lie.
I would love that, but I do love pies.
Oh, yeah. And back to Overwatch, as as we did say, it is going to be a point. Oh my goodness, a payload match. I got caught up on my words there for a second. And so we've seen, we haven't really seen too much whenever it comes to payload today. We haven't seen the payload really go too far on stream, unfortunately. Hopefully that changes now.
Yeah, as of yet, correct me if I'm wrong, we've yet to see a map 3 as well.
We have not, yeah.
It's been 2-0s every single time, but this could be the chance. We're moving on. RSU done really good, but Oath Blurple maybe can pull something crazy out here, show us what they're made of, and get past that, move on to this map 3. But again, we're just waiting on a couple minor delays. We should be going pretty soon. What kind of changes do you think that Blurple should make to kind of counteract what's being thrown at them?
the RSU's tank was able to get in their back line pretty easily as Doomfist. I think they could try to either counter that or they could just go into RSU's backline themselves.
Yeah, and we are moving. We've just received information. We're going to Watchpoint Gibraltar, an escort map. Really interesting map, all kinds of crazy high grounds, all kinds of crazy places you can play, but as well as it keeps those open sightlines. A really interesting map overall. Personally, one of my least favorite maps, but you know, an exciting map nonetheless. Oath Purple has chosen this. It could be good for their brawl. Kind of has some interesting pathings, but they also might be one to throw something completely different at us. Watchpoint's known for its more, you know, divey kind of structure, or maybe a couple snipers in there. Ash, Widow seem pretty common.
Yeah.
Anything that really specializes in taking high grounds we see played here. So I'm kind of expecting to see something completely different than what we saw last map.
I agree completely. Honestly, I think we might see dive comps from both teams. You know, it's really useful, especially since if you are on attack, it's especially useful to have that dive comp just so you can go straight onto that high ground really fast and make sure that nobody else is on it.
Absolutely. Again, Diva being super prevalent. Winston. Sigma on defense is seen in pretty much every escort map. Anything that requires defending,
Yeah.
Sigma's almost always seen there. So fully expecting to see some of that. From the sound of it, could be expecting a monkey, a Winston, you know, kind of the monkey sort of dive. And here we go. We can finally see the different comps. Looks like for the side of Oath Blurple, you've got, you know, Monkey, then the Tracer, Echo, really good team there. I think that's really smart with the Mercy Pocket, especially. A lot of dive, a lot of mobility, really able to get down there, pick off their backline before they're able. But RSU running a similar comp of their own. They've got the Widowmaker, Tracer, Doomfist, a really strong dive as well.
And we will go straight into the action here. We do see Widowmaker going straight onto the ground, trying to get anybody that she can. Does not really see anybody at the moment. She tries to get Echo and Mercy, but doesn't connect those shots, unfortunately. It looks like Blurple is going straight in now. They are ready to go. Going straight onto the Lucio, does not get anybody, but RSC will get 2 picks automatically. We do see a trade, though, 3 for 1, unfortunately, for Blurple. RSC is up players right now and pushing the payload slowly, and we will see Blurple get killed.
Just like you said, slowly but surely they're beginning to push that payload. Already approaching halfway through here. Oath Blurple having to take a little bit of time to reset, move together, and try to get back into this fight before they cap. And again, moving those spawns. RSU with a huge spawn advantage moving up here, though. The Doomfist up top, trying to buy a little bit of time, trying to take a little bit of space.
Yes, and we do see the Doomfist just in their backline right now, cooking. Widowmaker getting a pick, and Meteor Strike instantly being used. Does not take anybody out, though, but does put the Brigitte by herself, and does get taken out by Doomfist.
Absolutely. It may not take out one right off the bat, but it does prevent Oath Blurple from having one of their supports, which is a really crucial part of the team they need here, especially if they want to sustain in order to keep that cap from happening.
Yeah, and
But
RSU does get the checkpoint.
Yeah, RSU is able to cap there, moving the spawns backward, pushing it towards the back. Now, again, RSU's their spawn doors moving up. They're gaining a lot more space. Oath Blurple now being pushed back. But Oath Blurple does have access to that high ground.
Ooh, and misses the pulse bomb, unfortunately. Shaking his head, no, in frustration.
Maybe a little bit of caster curse going on there, but really excited. Oath Blurple being smart, staging on that high ground, waiting patiently for an opportunity, and RSU just slowly but surely, yet again, pushing that payload.
Yeah, we do see Blurple now bringing it back, getting 3 out of 5 of RSU's players, making the other 2 have to back out, and that will let them survive for at least another 20 seconds.
Yeah, their patience clearly paying off as they're able to get 3 picks there early and another one later on, just buying even more time for Oath Blurple. But RSU already back into the fight.
Yeah, and we do see RSU get picked immediately there, Lucio. Meteor Strike gets used once again and does get the Ana. We do see the Cassidy get thrown into the wall. He is kept alive by Brigitte. And Doomfist just trying to do anything he can to take them out. Winston taking out the DPS Widowmaker. And we do see Kiriko ult used. We hear Brigette's ultimate used as well. And everybody's just going in at this point. Cassidy's ult gets used as well, takes somebody out. Brigitte takes someone out, and Tracer takes another person out as well. RSU is down immensely now.
Yeah, both teams using a couple ults here and there, trying to buy themselves a little bit more time. But once again, Oath Blurple with the fight win, doing a fantastic job of using their ultimates well and playing together. Super smart. But you know, both teams have a couple ultimates still online, ready to use. We see the swap now from Doomfist to D.Va, and I think that could be really smart.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen D.Va today as well, which is always nice. We do see Kree immediately taken out. Pulse Bomb gets sucked in by Defense Matrix too. Wow, that's actually a really good job. We'd see a huge purple on RSU from Blurple. Brigitte is in a 1v1 versus Tracer and takes them out. Heals the Ana, making sure they are alive, but RSU will get the next checkpoint.
RSU is able to cap there. Oath Blurple just must have been too distracted by the Tracer, but they are still using ultimates, trying to push them further back again.
Yeah, and they do manage to push them back a little bit without a couple of their players, but that is so unfortunate.
Yes, unfortunately for them, their spawn door is right there. So despite those great kills after that play, RSU is coming right back, already pushing the payload. It looks like Oath Blurple's tank is setting up for maybe a sneaky play or something. Looking forward to see what they do with that.
Yeah, and he is ready to go in. Tracer going in as well now. D.Va doing as much damage as he can. Primal's going to come off, and he's going to do as much damage that he thinks he's able to do. Throwing everybody around, gets the Kiriko. Backs up, tries to live, gets out of there with his dive, and we do see it. D.Va's ultimate used as well. We hear Pulse Bomb get used too. Ana getting taken out by the D.Va bomb. Lucio trying to get away. D.Va getting a kill onto the Kree too.
And Rally being used to try to buy a little bit more time as Oath Blurple tries to reset. RSU having to back up quite a bit now, but still able to get a couple picks.
Yeah. And D.Va's just going straight into this Brigitte, trying to take her out with everything he can. We do see Brigitte versus the Tracer again. It looks like Cassidy's trying to look for anybody to use the ultimate, but RSU is just hiding, waiting for it to go out, and it does go out. And they come straight back out of that alleyway once again to start pushing the payload.
The Noon was able to buy a little more time, but RSU just patiently waiting for it to end. Now pushing the payload again. The Death Blossom from the side of RSU getting two before being picked off by Oath Blurple. Now both teams kind of recover from that, stabilize a little bit, but the payload is untouched right now.
Yeah, and Lucio uses his ultimate to make sure that D.Va does not get taken out of mech. Tracer and D.Va both getting kills onto Blurple. RSU holding Blurple inside of their spawn now.
Yeah, RSU pushing them back, buying a lot of space as that payload comes so close to the end now. A massive purple.
It's actually
from
huge
the
purple.
Side of Oath Blurple.
And D.Va's going to use her ultimate, trying to get anybody she can, but does not get anyone. Ana using her ultimate too. And we do see a Nano D.Va now jumping in, but it's a huge sleep, but she gets picked up immediately. A double Pulse Bomb kill. Really good job on her part. And Blurple tried to do everything they could, but RSU just won that, unfortunately, for Blurple. They did get a really good sleep off on that D.Va, but they damaged the D.Va, which woke her back up, and especially since she was nanoed, she just turned around and started shooting.
Absolutely great ultimates, followed by that huge nano on the D.Va, and then the big purple really gave them the advantage of moving past that. For that last point, take a look at a couple of the stats here. Crazy plays. We see a ton of damage from Oath Blurple right now. Their Cassidy doing a great job there. And then for the side of RSU, once again, the tank for RSU having 8,000 damage. Definitely, the leading driving force for RSU's team. That the tank does such a great job of securing kills, doing damage, taking space, and it just opens all kinds of opportunities for the rest of their team to play well, and play well they have so far. It's been an amazing showing from RSU. Oath Blurple now the ones attacking. What kind of changes do you think they'll make for the attack here?
I don't know if they will change anything, honestly. I mean, as we can see here, it doesn't really look like they've change too much on either one of the sides. They're just they're probably going to jump out, see what happens, see what they're running, and change according to it, I think, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're moving back to that Echo a little bit. A smart pick yet again. RSU not making too many changes.
Yeah.
Except with the Sojourn now on their team.
Yeah, Sojourn, they kept the Reaper. It did work really well. We are going to see Echo immediately trying to take anybody that they can out. Jumps straight back up there and does get their right click off, but it doesn't do too much damage.
Oath Blurple still able to push that payload just a little bit. You know, they're buying a little bit of time, trying to secure a pick early on here, but RSU doing a great job defending and waiting yet again, patiently taking that high ground, doing a fantastic job of just holding their space and trying to push Oath Blurple back.
Yeah, and we do see the Winston getting taken out as well a little bit earlier, which does push Blurple back a little more now. Lucio just running around doing his thing, the usual. Diva trying to deny as much space as possible, immediately takes out the Winston bubble. Winston has to back up for his life, and they're making sure that Blurple does not push this point like they did beforehand without anybody noticing. And Winston jumping straight in to save that Tracer's life. The shield is going to get broken now. 3 people from RSU holding this point, making sure that Blurple is not able to progress forward, especially with that E used by
RSU
Sojourn.
using their numbers advantage, keeping that space for themselves. Oath Blurple now back with 5, however, ready to fight, but then the Nano comes out onto the Diva.
Yeah, and we do see Diva just going in now, doing as much damage as she can. She is anti-healed, but that is fine. She is backing up. We are going to see the Reaper ultimate. He does get taken out after getting one himself. Brigitte used her rally too. Everybody just kind of using ultimates right now, trying to see who can win this team fight. And it looks like Blurple might be taking it.
Yeah, Blurple doing a great job, but RSU still pushing in. And the Nano comes out onto the Winston for the side of Oath Blurple, now buying even more space, looking to secure big sleep for RSU.
And a Primal comes off from Blurple, pushing them back. Diva getting a lot of damage done to her. We do see the Reaper die to Tracer now. Hearing everybody use their ultimates, we do see Diva Bomb come off, and we do have Echo using her ultimate to copy Diva. And it looks like Blurple will capture the first point and take out the rest of RSU that they can. Diva Bomb coming off from Echo.
Great play there from Blurple to secure that. They had to use several ultimates, but they did it in a way that let them win that. Great job there. Moving into second point now. RSU kind of staggered behind a little bit as Blurple takes the high ground, securing it for themselves. RSU finally back in. Diva jumps up there, try to contest and back off.
And Pulse Bomb comes off and doesn't hit anybody, unfortunately. For Blurple, we do see Diva getting put in her baby form. Might be able to get out with her life, and it does seem like she did. Reaper taking out the Winston here, trying to do anything that he can to make sure that they do not hold this high ground. Goes back, straight back up to the high ground once again, trying to stop this Ana. Ana does get a really good sleep on her, though. Echo sitting around, Diva getting remech here. We do hear Brigitte use her rally, and we do see Nano Diva now.
Trays on both sides is now both teams down 2. RSU now down 3. Blurple with the numbers advantage. Now lost as this is now just their tank. It's tank versus tank with the help of the Echo.
We do see Winston die there. Diva get taken out of mech too, but the rest of RSU has made it back, and Echo's just gonna have to back out with her life and make sure she does not get staggered.
Yeah, RSU, they're finally able to regroup, retaking the high ground as we speak. Oath Blurple, getting back together, restabilizing, rethinking their plan, and right now looking to jump in and engage, push them off the high ground perhaps as the monkey jumps right into it.
And we do see the Winston use his bubble. Echo going to get a pick there and get picked off by the Lucio. They're all diving Winston at this point. Diva sees 3 of them. We have the Nano come off onto the Winston once again now. Diva gets antied, but does push Reaper back. Susu comes off to make sure that she does not have that anti anymore. Ana getting picked off by Diva, and Tracer getting one. Winston getting one as well. Reaper getting 1-2, trading out now. It is 3 versus 3. Lazy using, or not Lazy, but Winston using his ultimate. Echo using ultimate as well. 2 ultimates coming out from Blurple. We will see Winston get a pick here, pushing everybody back, and Diva Bomb's going to come off, trying to get anybody that it can, but it does not get anyone. Winston actually getting a kill onto the Tracer, and Echo using their ultimate to get 1-2.
Yes, Blurple doing a great job now, able to cap that. RSU being pushed back, Blurple being patient, using that bomb to secure that point for themselves. Now it's them with the spawn advantage moving in here as they get past this last point, but they've got to work really hard coming in through here. RSU is now the one with the advantage. The further they get, the easier it's going to be for RSU to come back and keep fighting. Yeah, we do see the Diva switch to Ramatra now, which is really interesting because that Echo can get sucked straight onto the ground with Ramatra, which it doesn't look like they will just now, but that is a huge possibility to happen in the near future. It's always a threat for that Echo. Kiriko using their ultimate on the RSU side to try to get anybody they can. Purple comes out, and it does hit Diva. We do see the rally come up to RSU fighting for their lives. Ramatra instantly getting killed. Reaper having to back up. Pulse Bomb coming off and getting the other Tracer. RSU is trying to hold on. We do see Oath Blurple just taking everybody out, and the Kiriko will back off with her life. Absolutely. I don't know what's changed, but Blurple now all of a sudden just rolling through them, getting kill after kill, and RSU just hasn't seemed to be able to react to that. The payload's already within inches of making its way to its final destination. 1 minute, 30 seconds left. Yeah. Blurple's pushing them into the spawn room. We see ultimates coming online. And there it is. There we go. Echo will get Reaper as well. Does not get anybody else, though, because the point will come out. And good job from Oath Blurple to bring that back, and they will have 11 more seconds than RSU coming into overtime. Absolutely. Blurple there not only capturing the point, but also capturing it with more time than RSU was able. Now they have that time advantage moving into overtime as we come about here. Super exciting gameplay all around. Oh, yeah, no doubt. And, you know, it does seem like Blurple just kind of like woke up. I mean, we see the Cassidy for Blurple with 14,000 damage now, as much as the tank, if not, you know, 65 more damage than the tank now? Yeah. So, I mean, bringing it back up, too, really good job. And we see, you know, 10,000 coming from the other DPS for the side of Blurple. You know, that's a combined 24,000 damage from their DPS compared to RSU's just over 17. So, you know, 6,000 more damage makes such a difference moving into that fight. But again, RSU's tank being so powerful right now, looking at their 32 and 7 kills and deaths, you know, crazy stats there. Definitely the playmaker for RSU, their biggest player being so influential through here. And RSU now with an attack of their own. Here we go. Yeah, and we'll see Diva come out to play on an attack, going straight in, trying to figure out where everybody is. RSU trying to get a cheeky little pick with the Widowmaker. Might get it, almost gets it on the Echo. Does not get anybody, though. Echo looking straight towards the ground, did not get shot in the head. We'll see the Pharah come out, too. No mercy with the Pharah, though, but Pharah's still being played regardless. Does get the Tracer off the map immediately for RSU. Will boot 2 people off, and Diva going straight up there. Getting the Ana will be Pharah for RSU as well, and Diva just pushing everybody back now. Winston getting killed. Brigette getting eliminated as well, and Echo has to try to get out with their life. Yeah, Diva literally just flying through the Purple team, getting several kills. So just immense amounts of burst damage coming through here. They're approaching the first checkpoint, but they do leave cart temporarily, giving Oath Purple just a little bit more time to re-engage here. Yeah, and they will take huge advantage of that time, going straight in now. We see Tracer, we see Winston, we see everybody going in, and we are going into overtime for RSU. 1.4 meters to get that first checkpoint there. Blurple holding on for dear life, trying to get anybody they can.
We do see a trade on two of the opponents. Diva Bomb coming off, not getting anybody though, and it looks like RSU will get this first checkpoint. But now they have to hold the point while they wait for the payload to start being able to be moved again.
Absolutely. Still in overtime as we push through this. RSU cannot afford to leave the point.
Oh,
even for
and they left the
half a
point.
second.
And they left the point. RSU got knocked off the point by Brigette there. Really good bash by Brigette with the rally.
Absolutely. You know, just getting them that brief second of time needed away from the cart to allow them to end overtime. Now it's Blurple's turn on the attack, moving in here. All they have to do is get it just barely past that first checkpoint.
Yep, they have to make it to that first checkpoint, get the first checkpoint, and then whenever the payload is able to move, just barely move it. Just, what, 0.01 meters?
Something like that, but I mean, dang, what an exciting little group right there. That final fight just going absolutely crazy. Both teams now already grouping up, looking ready to go as we move into our second half of overtime here for this map.
Yeah, and I mean, what a match it is too. We'll see if Blurple is able to be as dominant as RSU have been off the rip. I mean, as soon as the round starts, RSU automatically got it to that first checkpoint, and we'll see if Blurple can do the same thing.
Yeah, there's always that chance that RSU just shuts them down here, but I'm holding out hope for Oath Blurple. They just have to get that one checkpoint so we can move into our first third map of the night. And here we go as we start. No changes made because no change is necessary.
Exactly, and we do see Farah trying to get as much poke damage as they can. Does get quite a bit of damage, but you know, both supports still alive, just gonna go ahead and heal everybody so they don't have to back up or anything whatsoever. Winston taking a lot of damage, getting taken out by the Zenyatta. Diva diving in now, trying to get Echo, and does get the Echo. We will see both supports back up to make sure they don't die, and it looks like Tracer will try to get out with their life.
Yeah, but Oath Blurple are able to move it just about halfway, you know, just under that halfway point, but they're still fighting on point. RSU just desperately trying to keep them from pushing past that choke.
Exactly so. And it looks like Blurple is starting to advance towards this point now, making it to where it will go under the bridge. We will see Anna getting the Cassidy for an opening pick now with this team fight. Tracer running around trying to get the Zenyatta, puts Zenyatta down to 1 HP, recalls due to the Discord on her, gets out with her life. Everybody's just running around doing anything they can. Winston in the background doing as much damage as they can. We will see Tracer get one, Cassidy getting one as well. They are continuing to push this point. They have 6 seconds left. Have to make sure that they continue touching the point. 3.9 meters left. That's all they need to win this. And they will put into overtime now. Diva Bomb coming off. It is not able to get blocked by Winston, but Winston does manage to block it for that, getting a double kill too. Junkrat getting picked off. We will see the Pulse Bomb coming off onto Kiriko as well, making sure that nobody's able to do anything. 93% towards ultimate for Brigette, and Brigette will pop a rally now. We do see Nano come off onto the Winston too. They will push the point, getting it 0.29 meters away. All they have to do is hold this point for a tiny bit longer, just push it so little. And we also Junkrat, and they do get it. There you go. Blurple winning the match.
Absolutely insane play there from Blurple. I have no idea what this play of the game could be.
Oh, it's Doomfist. really good job by Blurple. Good job by RSU being really dominant in the beginning there, and really good job on Blurple not letting that get to them and just holding out for the long run and winning it. We will see in map 3.
Yeah, super excited for that. We'll find out soon what map we're moving on to. We're moving on to a hybrid of several options here for both teams. We got everyone's favorite, it seems, Kings Row.
Yep.
We've got Blizzard World,
I hope we go to
Icon
Kings
World. Oath's Kings Row are always so much fun to watch. I'm super excited to see what they bring out now. You can see behind us, both teams are working really hard, trying to calm down from, you know, the intense match they just played. Absolutely insane. And, you know, just taking a breath, talking to each other, talk about what they did right, what they did wrong, try to figure out how to fix it. And, you know, we're really looking forward to see how this map 3 plays out as we move into it.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see it. Both teams doing really good today. Every team that we've seen has done really good today. Just a flawless job from everybody, honestly. And I mean, man, that was a really good match. That was match 2 was the match to see. Really exciting stuff. Good job on Oath, and as you know, Oath is the esports organization that we cast for. They're a really good esports organization, and another really good esports organization is OESL. OESL, they reach all corners of Oklahoma. They're a newer esports organization after OKSE did come out, and they offer free options for schools with lower budgets or club teams. Their focus is student interaction, teamwork, sportsmanship, communication, and integrity. And if any of you guys, out there are interested in starting a team for your middle school or high school, I would head over to oesl.com. I've played in OESL personally, and I really did enjoy it. So it's a really good organization.
Absolutely. Again, thank you so much to sponsors like OSEL for putting this event on. Take a little bit of a pause here. It seems as both teams get ready for this last fight. But yeah, after such an insane matchup like that, it just like you said, it seems like Blurple has woken up. RSU being such a seemingly unstoppable force for that first map, just to come out second map and Oath Blurple kind of turn the tides back on them, doing a fantastic job, making some crazy plays, and doing just so much in order to flip that back onto them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the first time we've seen a game 3 today. So
Yep.
I'm personally excited. I'm really happy to be casting the first game 3 today. We've seen a few. Oh no, we actually haven't seen any off stream. Funny enough, I was gonna say we've seen a few off stream, but that just wasn't me paying attention, I guess. But this is the first map 3 we've seen today out of stream matches and off stream matches. So it's a treat that all of us are going to be able to go ahead and see it, especially with Oath and RSU. RSU being a really good team just all around. They're dominant in a lot of the esports that they play, and a really good college. Oath, a really good esports organization, and a lot of young talent, a lot of older talent, just talent all around. It's really nice to see.
Absolutely. And this is also the semifinals. So the winner of this match gets to go on and play in the finals. So the stakes are pretty high here. You're looking at, the difference between third place and the opportunity to win that first place, win that trophy, be the Oath Invitational champion. So high stakes. We've got our third map, and it is Kings Row.
I'm
Super
so excited
there. Moving into it soon. But yeah, Kings Row, a hybrid map. You've got to capture the first point and then move in, escort the payload through the next two. A ton of fun. Kings Row has so many opportunities. You can play pretty much whatever you want and still do super well. Makes it so exciting as we move through here. It sounds like we are going in pretty soon. The teams are getting ready.
Yeah.
But Kings Row, again, probably not going to see too many changes. Maybe a little bit less of the Echo.
I mean, yeah,
a little bit less of the Monkey, most likely.
I think we'll see Widowmaker on the attacking side for maybe
Always,
3 seconds within the round, try to get an opening pick. Maybe a Widow on defense for first point, and then if they die, they might just switch to somebody. Might see a Bastion. Bastion is always fun.
Always love to see
A
it.
good strategy that I normally don't ever see, but can definitely happen is on top of that tower. You could just teleport a Bastion on top of
Yep.
it, and it's a lot of fun to see. I'm not gonna lie. Both teams actually changing it up a little bit.
Okay. You see RSU back onto the Ramatra. Ooh, Bastion of their own as well with the May and the Lucio. So it looks like kind of a pretty hard brawl here. They got that Lucio for the speed, Bap to heal them off. They stay together. But Blurple now playing a pretty interesting ball of their own. They're just staying on that brig. Got Sombra this time. Can be a really exciting pick here. They are defending to start. So RSU is beginning the attack. And as it counts down, here we go.
And here we go. We're going straight into the action now. Everybody coming out. We do see Blurple just hanging out around choke point. The Symmetra did get caught behind, but or not Symmetra, but backed off there. We do see Ramatra using his grab to put everybody down. We will see both Ramatras using their left shift now, making sure that they are able to do as much damage as they possibly can. Ramatra being put down to about 10 HP, but getting instantly healed now. The Baptiste Immortal actually saved his life. We will see Bastion tank mode being used, but instantly taken out. Lucio getting instantly killed by Ramatra now. Ramatra put down to low HP once again. Immortal saving him.
RSU kind of trapped in this hotel right now, not able to escape as Oath Vorpal just gets pick after pick onto them. Oh, but the Window Bastion, of course, getting so much value as so much damage is pumped out in such a short period of time. Bastion easily able just to power through that. RSU now with the first point flip, most likely. Oath Purple might be able to contest here, but it looks like they're backing up, taking the smart play, waiting patiently for this round about this next corner. And RSU ready to roll as they start moving that payload here. A couple ultimates online from both teams already engaging.
We see Nemesis form coming out, and we do see one Ramatra ultimate used. We see May ult, Ramatra ults being used. Everybody's using ultimates right now. And it looks like Blurple is going to try to push them back, make sure that nobody's able to touch his payload. But Ramatra is still in their back line, trying to do as much damage as he can. Gets taken out by the Blurple's Ramatra.
And that is a devastating stagger for the side of RSU. Now without their tank for another few seconds, having to wait, but they are pushing this payload a little bit. Oath Borble giving them just a little bit of space as they keep moving. Already Ramatra's back. RSU's ready to go. Oath Borble set up. And here they go.
And here we go. We hear Bastion's ultimate get used. He's going to throw it straight towards Lucio and getting him out. We do see... Oh, gets a hack off onto the other Ramatra, getting a speed boost in. Ramatra instantly getting taken out by Bastion. RSU continuing to push this point, pushes it straight into the May wall, which will destroy it immediately. Baptiste and Ramatra both getting picks onto Blurple's players, trying to make as much space as they can so they can get this checkpoint.
RSU now the ones with the huge advantage, moving to this last bit of second point. Moving around that corner, getting so close to the deal. They've got 3 on right now. Oath Blurple has just a little bit of time to react to this.
Yeah, and we do see another hack come off onto the Ramatra ultimate being used too, where 3 people do get hacked and not able to use any abilities. But Blurple will use the May ultimate with Lucio ultimate being used too. Multiple people getting frozen. May is just going in right now. Window being used by Baptiste, but it does not do too much for RSU. They will use Nemesis as well on the RSU side to try to get anybody that they can and continue holding this point. 1.6 meters is all RSU needs to get the checkpoint, but it looks like they might not be getting it just yet. But RSU actually does get it because they take out the rest of Blurple with Ramatra.
RSU's Baptiste just staying up on that high ground, pumping their Ramatra full of heals that whole time, doing a great job of keeping them alive, and that's what bought them that point.
Yeah, and good job from RSU to stay persistent there instead of backing up, knowing, hey, I can take this point. I think I can cook. Let me do it.
4 minutes on the clock for RSU as they round this last corner.
Yeah, and they're going straight through, bulldozing right now. Blurple does block off the Ramatra, though. Ramatra not really able to do too much, and May's going to use her wall on RSU's side. Baptiste getting picked, but Ramatra getting picked as well. We do hear a Bastion ultimate, and it will be used over everybody that was frozen by the May ult, and it will be a team kill. Good combo ult by RSU.
Using the freeze with the Bastion ult, not an ultimate combo often seen, but it pays off immensely well. They can't avoid it if they can't move.
Exactly. And the May wall will come off, does throw everybody around. Baptiste for Blurple using his window to try to do as much damage as he can towards anybody. May having to block herself off and try to get a little bit of health here. Ramatra pushing up and trying to make sure nobody can move. We will see the May ult come out for Blurple, and everybody is just going in right now. Ramatra using his ultimate too, left at 1 HP, and Bastion gets a triple kill on RSU.
Insane Bastion play there for the side of Blurple. Blurple with the Bastion swap earlier on, doing a great job of kind of counteracting what RSU was throwing at them. Giving them a taste of their own medicine in a sense. as the Bastion comes through doing so much damage.
And we do see a rocket
moving
jump.
to that high ground, yes. Using the beautiful Bastion bomb jump, taking that high ground. But RSU is back and ready to fight.
We do see RSU getting ready to go in once again. Romatra put down to 1 HP, but he's going to use his ultimate, and we will see Lucio use his ultimate too. The Romatra just kind of going in at this point. Immortal being popped off, Maywall being used to make sure that Romatra cannot get his ultimate. We will see Blurple getting 2 kills here with RSU getting 1-2 trade. Just trying to do anything that they can at this point. RSU using the Maywall to block off the Romatra, but does not get the kill.
Yeah. And now it looks like Blurple with their advantage, pushing RSU back into that little point. The window comes out, giving them that extra burst of damage. RSU happen to back way up now to avoid it, but using a window of their own.
Yeah, and RSU is just holding them now. They're like, no, we're not going anywhere. They do not want to back off. They want to try to get this done as fast as they can. And May is going to use her ultimate, blocking off the Ramatra for Blurple. Everybody else having to back up a whole bunch. RSU getting 3 kills here and using Lucio ultimate to try to secure this round for them. Getting 4 out of 5 of the people. The Tracer does get taken out, but does stall maybe for long enough.
Will Blurple be able to touch here as it approaches? And
they will not. A minute 22 left for RSU. Really good hold. I mean, they had, what, 4 minutes?
Absolutely. Oath Blurple, taking 3 minutes off of that clock for a super strong final hold. RSU is able to take it because of that great play there. Again, the beat in order to really seal the deal with that fight. And look at a few of the stats here. Absolutely insane damage numbers all around again for the side of Oath Blurple's DPS, doing a fantastic job. 6,000 and 7,000, absolutely insane. And for the side of RSU, their tank, once again as well, having 8,600 damage of their own.
Yeah, and we do see the bottom player for RSU as well down there with 7,300, which was their Bastion. Just a lot of damage all around, a whole bunch of ultimates that were used too. I mean, it's a lot. Yeah. Like RSU used, let's see, 6, 10, 13 ultimates there. And we do see that, Blurple used 12.
Wow. And again, looking at some of the stats, once again, the tank 19 and 3. That's a very impressive KDR there. Bastion as well last time, 18 and 4, fantastic. We do have a little bit of a pause here. Teams need to take a quick break, and we do have the ooh from the side of RSU, I believe. No, that's Blurple throwing that at us. Fun, I guess, in a sense, we move for this pause, but super strong showing there for RSU. Oath Blurple now on the attack, and do you think they will make any changes? Do you think they'll kind of stick with what they've been running?
I think towards the end there, they got their groove on. They picked up what they were missing, and they kind of figured out, hey, this is what we need to do. Let's just do it. Let's see what happens, and it worked really well for them. I don't think they're going to make many, if any, changes whatsoever, just because it worked really well on defense, and it was an attacker's in my opinion, an attacker-sided team, character team-wise that they chose. And we will be going right back into it now. We are good.
Yeah, but I 100% agree, just like we saw in Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Oh, and a lot of changes, actually.
Oh, interesting. But here we go.
Tries to get that opening pick, does not get anybody, though, will automatically switch off. As we did say earlier here, they're going to try to get through this choke point as fast as they can, and it looks like they will get through it pretty easily. RSU playing really reserved, playing a lot back, making Blurple kind of think, hey, where are the rest of these people? We do see the grab being used by Ramatra now, tank mode being used by Bastion, and recall being used by Tracer. Tracer getting picked off by the May with her icicle, just a clean headshot onto her. Pushing Blurple back. The May wall will make sure that they cannot get out, which will make them panic a little more and try to back up as fast as they can.
Yeah, RSU no longer playing reserved as they push Blurple back towards their spawn, but they're already back ready to go. RSU looking for a few picks. Blurple trying not to get staggered as they move in here. But they already are back onto the point.
Yeah, and we will see, Ana will get a pick onto the Mei, which is one of their DPSs. We will see the Immortal come out from RSU, and they will use their ultimate too. Ramatra ults, trying to get anybody they can. The purple comes off, which means Ramatra cannot get healed now. Left at 200 HP. We will see Tracer getting a double kill on RSU, and Echo getting one kill themselves. Ramatra left, oh my lord. Lucio left at 1 HP and gets taken out by Tracer.
Yeah, Blurple able to flip that in their favor despite several ultimates coming from the side of RSU. Now they're starting to push the payload. They've got ultimates of their own. Overall looking really good for Oath Blurple as they start the second point of the map.
Yeah.
Moving around these two corners, sweeping through. They learned from Gibraltar, took a lot of what made them super strong there and brought it into Kings Row, and it's
And gets a
already paying
pulse
off.
palm. Oh, but the Immortal takes it out. Really good job on his part. We will see the Brigitte use her ultimate, getting a double kill. Echo using their ultimate too, puts the Ramatra ultimate off and taking as much space as they can. They went straight through the choke, pushing RSU back really far.
Yeah, now they're the ones sending RSU back to their spawn, doing an excellent job here, grouping up on the card, trying to build as much progress as they can before RSU is able to come back and contest. They've got their tank right now. They're playing pretty separated, though, pretty dangerously for RSU, but there's the rest of their team. Try to make up for it. The cart approaching that second curve, getting pretty close to halfway as we move.
And we'll see the Mei ultimate come off and Ramatra's ultimate come off too. Ramatra frozen inside of his Nemesis form, does not take anybody out though, because he was frozen and will get taken out himself. Blurple down a tank already, having to back up as fast as they can, but Mei does block off the Brigitte with her wall and making sure that Blurple does not get a Brigitte at the beginning of this next fight unless they wait.
Yeah, RSU now with the fight win. Stabilizing a little bit, trying to keep space, not let Blurple come back so strong like they have time and time again. But Blurple, unfazed it seemed, pushing right back through already.
Yeah, and we'll see here Ramatra throwing out their ease, does not really do too much towards the enemies because nobody's flying, but it is okay because we will see Ramatra going straight in now. Immortal getting destroyed. A good purple by Ana, allowing a free kill. We will see High Noon being used by the Kree. Does not get anybody though. RSU trying to back up as fast as they can. They will use a window now. Mei getting a pick onto the Ana, which will allow them to push forward a little more now that Blurple is down a support.
But that window being so powerful, allowing RSU's Mei to get a couple picks there, just using those headshots to get those kills, doing a great job. Blurple once again having to retreat just a little bit. RSU pushing forward, trying to get a couple staggers here as they move in. They wall off the ROM, but he is able to escape, it seems.
Yeah, and he does get out with his life. Blurple pushed back quite a bit by RSU. RSU just, playing very disciplined, backing up and making sure that they're holding the corner, making Blurple have to push into them rather than it being the latter. We'll see Ramatra going straight up now. He is not taking any more of this. He will get nanoed, going and instantly getting the Mei. We will see Lucio use his ultimate, and Ramatra for Blurple's side use his ultimate. Echo's going to use their ult as well, so now they have two Ramatras playing on their team.
Two Ramatras, both with Annihilation. It's really a scary thought for RSU as Blurple continues to push, and it's looking like if they keep this up, they will have it, an extra pick there, and they are able to cap, moving into third point for the side of Blurple, and they have 3 minutes to get it the rest of the way.
Yes, and a really good job on their part. Tracer getting the pick onto Mei.
There.
Really good job. Good job on waiting and timing that perfectly.
Absolutely. Super smart, super well played. Now it's still Oath Blurple with the advantage despite RSU's
getting a pick.
Big, they've got quicker spawns. RSU's able to get right back in the fight much quicker than Blurple is. Now Blurple, recognizing that, is having to back up, stabilize on their own before they can move into this next fight.
Yeah, and there still is time for Blurple to go in, take out RSU, and potentially have more than RSU's time coming into overtime if they do get it there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple more fight wins and they've got it, but several ultimates being used right now. Brig Rally, Mei Freeze, already paying off for the side of RSU. able to get those picks. Noon used as well. That's 2 ults for the side of RSU to counteract the 1 from Oath Blurple. So RSU again with the advantage, buying a little more time. Oath Blurple with just 1 minute and 45 seconds now to keep pushing that payload.
Yeah, we will see Ramatra just holding down his left click, trying to get any poke damage onto the opponents there. We will see the Tracer instantly going straight for Cassidy, does take him out. We do see the Ramatra for Blurple going in there. Tracer getting another kill too. We're going to see the Brigette get a kill too, pushing RSU back hugely now. Getting RSU once again, and now they're just pushing the payload. They won that team fight.
They've got 3 on cart, several ultimates online. You know, everything is in RSU's favor here. 1 minute left, Blurple's favor. RSU already back, 1 minute left for Blurple.
Post bomb coming off.
All around.
RSU using their Ramatra ultimate, their Annihilation. We will see Annihilations from both teams here, trying to get as much damage done as they can. Annihilation for Blurples will be down, though, due to the Ramatra dying. Tracer will die, and Ana will die, too, which will mean that they will have to reset with 5 meters left.
35 seconds left. One last fight for Oath Blurple to get this cart pushed, to start to back up just a little bit. RSU recognizing that, holding the high ground, looking for some surprise plays maybe, but they are doing a great job of preventing Oath Blurple from capturing this point.
Yeah, and they will have to make sure, if Blurple wants to win this, they will have to make sure that they win this team fight and they win it fast. They do not have any room for error. We will see the Creole come out. Oh, and he does get Lucio as he beats. Really good kill on his part now. It looks like Blurple's going to actually go in, and they will get 3 people, but Annihilation. Oh, my Lord. Blossom goes in, but Tracer's still alive. It is a 1 versus 2 on Tracer's part. Tracer has to clutch up or just stay alive for a little bit longer. 69 HP left. He will get taken out, and it looks like RSU will be winning match 3.
Crazy.
What a Blossom.
Is there. It looked for half a second like Oath Blurple had it, but RSU able to come back despite that and get that win.
That Blossom.
And here it is, my favorite play of the day so far. The beautiful Blizzard combo with the artillery strike makes for this just amazing play.
It was insane, and Lucio did destroy that immortality to allow it too. Really good job for both teams. Blurple did amazing. RSU did amazing. It was really good. I mean, the first match 3 we've seen today, and honestly, a really close match 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said, another King's Row from Oath, where it's just super exciting. All kinds of crazy plays there. Went into overtime. A ton of fun. Really cool to watch. But as we said, that's the semifinals. Now we are getting so close to the final of the Invitational. Super exciting there. We've got one last match of the night.
Yep, and that match will be RSU versus Oath Black.
We're really excited. We will see
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the absolute end of tonight. We are at the final match. My name is Murph. I'm joined by Imperium, and you are about to witness RSU versus Oath Black.
Yeah, we've got a great matchup here tonight for our finals of the Oath Invitational. Super excited, super looking forward to it. We have RSU, a pretty dominant force up to this point, versus Oath Black. Also a super insane matchup. We have seen Oath Black play in a previous match. We saw RSU play in the last one. Both teams did a very excellent job throughout, and both teams have played super well and played super similarly. So I'm super looking forward to seeing how they play against each other as we move in here. And I do believe we are starting on Ilios for the first map.
Absolutely. And what have we seen from these two teams? We've seen a lot of Reinhardt play. We've seen a lot of May play. We've seen the likes of really wanting to split off the enemy team. We're going to go over the rosters real quick. We have T-Sword, Zane, Night Slash, Squid, and Angry Gamer on Oath Black. All fantastically talented players that I do miss casting for in the regular Oath League. They've done an incredible job representing us in other tournaments, and have done an incredible job in this bracket run so far, as we mentioned, making it all the way to the finals, even topping OSU. Rogers State University got the bye in the first round, showed up in the second, third, and now we're here. Have been absolutely dominant as well.
Absolutely. And for RSU, we have Ripsy and Alec on the support, Mr. Nutcracker for the tank, Hadwad and Race Ace TM for the DPS. And in the last match, they've been so powerful. Their DPS combos have been insane. Their tank has been absolutely crazy. Mr. Nutcracker specifically doing such an excellent job in that last map. Just really being the pacemaker for the team, really setting how they play, doing a fantastic job of making those plays happen, kill after kill. Just so much damage we've seen. They played everything from Junker Queen to Diva.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Completely flexible, really. And although what I was able to catch at the end of the King's Row match was the Ramatra, the Reinhardt, that really want to get into that brawl situation that we've seen Oath Black, and they are very well suited for that. So that's what I'm sort of expecting to see here in Ilios as we get ready to go into the game in just a minute. But yeah, tell me a little bit more about that match with RSU.
Yeah, so in that last match, RSU pretty dominant through the first map, getting an easy sweep on Lijiang Tower, but another Oath team was able to come back, Blurple was able to come back and do extremely well in Watchpoint Gibraltar for the second one, sending them into overtime, but then flipping it right there at the end and in a crazy play, bringing them to the first third map of the night for King's Row. But we are beginning for this map. It is now RSU versus Oath Black. Both teams now rushing towards the well.
Absolutely, and a very interesting look here from the side of RSU, as you mentioned, coming out on that Junker Queen. So not something we see very often in competitive settings, but something I am very intrigued at seeing how exactly it plays out. They're going to be meeting each other here on the point, as RSU is going to be taking a right stick on the right, going to get a nice pick on the pressures, on the May, as they're going to continue putting on damage there. Oath Black does get picked off first. They're going to be forced into this corner, not quite finding the space to continue growing. They're going to lose another player, and it's going to be RSU continuing to put out damage, continue finding picks, and they will take the first fight win here.
And Junker Queen can be such a powerful character in the right hands, and as we can see, they are definitely in the right hands. Mr. Nutcracker playing so well with it, throwing all kinds of abilities, using all kinds of combos in order to put Oath Black where they want them. And again, being the playmaker for the team, getting all these early kills really sets up the rest of the team for the rest of the fight. And that's what allowed them to get first point flip. We are at 30% already as Oath Black re-engages.
Beautiful bomb. Oath Black not expecting it at all, but there's a ginormous immortality field and window combination to keep them up and alive. It's just not enough though, and that's a beautiful collapse from the side of RSU. Oh my goodness, don't get caught in the small room, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. They were caught in an unfortunate situation. RSU was quick to capitalize on it, moving in very swiftly and, taking action just like that, using one ultimate in order to counteract theirs and cleaning up kills in what seemed like almost an instant.
Yeah, absolutely scary performance there from the side of RSU, as this Junker Queen has been way more formidable than someone might usually, assume. Junker Queen not usually played very often. Multiple ultimates coming on live. Now we're going to see if they're going to find any approaches. There's the window. There's the high noon combo. The wall to save it, but it's not going to be enough. T-Sword and Lace both go down. And Oath Black caught out once again.
A beautiful wall there from Oath Black to try to counteract that noon, but it was still able to get to absolutely insane play. We do have a pause coming up. Give us a brief second to look at the stats. A brief second is over, but we can tell from the side of RSU, both their DPS have over 2,500 damage already from the start, and that's super influential moving in. Oath Black so far just not able really to kind of react to what RSU is throwing at them? What kind of changes do you think they can make in order to really help with that?
I really like the composition that Oath Black is going with. I really like the idea that they have behind it. The biggest component of a May is the wall. That is 110% May's biggest tool, is to split off the tank from the back line and feast. And if the tank is the issue, then you've got to separate them, right? You've got to find the pick on them. You've got to be able to keep them away from their supports, make sure that they're not getting to your squishies first. And I think the biggest way they could do that right now is probably by utilizing that wall to try to cut the sidelines off at least. Even for a moment, even for just a second, could be enough because Junker Queen's not the tankiest of heroes to really find that purchase.
Yeah, just like you said, and we've talked about it, I feel like, so many times tonight and throughout the day, but you separate the one tank with that May wall, without their supports, they're guaranteed to die. And it's worked out so well for them in the past, and like you mentioned, Junker Queen especially, without the team, just only 400 health will be melted almost instantly if you get your whole team to focus on that. I do think that is the smart play, to use that wall to the best of its ability and just kind of work to react around that tank, especially when the tank is as powerful as this Junker Queen.
Swap over the ball in order to touch. They will be able to do. No, they will not be able to do so, and that will be RSU taking the first point.
Yeah, RSU taking the first map, doing an excellent job, seemingly unstoppable every single second of that play. But just as we saw in the last map, Oath Black still has an opportunity here to come back and re-flip sort of kind of the narrative as they go and try to work against RSU. Like you mentioned, they can make a few changes, kind of shift a little bit how they play to do really well. And Oath Black has shown in the past, they've beaten several great teams just tonight alone. They've shown how well they can play together in that sense.
Yeah.
We don't see too many switches. We see now Oath Black on the Roadhog in order to maybe kind of work against that Junker Queen a little bit. I think that could be a smart choice. So making a couple DPS changes as well. Yeah,
this is an interesting composition for the side of Oath Black. We see basically a strategy change from them in almost entirety. And I'm quite curious to see how exactly this will play. This side's going to be able to pick off, Oath Black's going to be able to pick off the enemy DPS first, but once again, that tank is just going so far in, finding the picks they need. He does get down low, but the immortality field is there to save him. And as we've talked about this before, as long as supports have the tanks back, the tank is not afraid of anything, really. And they're showing that in full force right now. Oath Black forced to retreat a little bit. It is an even fight right now. Neither team really finding the victory, but it will be RSU with the first point cap.
Both teams got to equally working to sustain, not trying to take too much damage, but also trying to look for one early pick here to give their team that little bit of an advantage.
Absolutely. Ultimate's nearly building up for both of these teams, but it is going to be RSU that finds the picks first. And once again, another fight. Waz with a triple swing kill. Is that the first time I've seen that? That's ridiculous. Fantastic.
I agree. We have one more pause here from the side of Oath Black, I believe. Short pause here as we get back into it. But yeah, like you said, that's very rare to see three players killed off by one swing of the Junker Queen's axe. Really interesting, but Junker Queen being so powerful right now in the hands of Mr. Nutcracker is really fun to watch and really kind of crazy to see. We have not seen any Junker Queen before tonight throughout this year's season. So kind of fun to see that brought out for the Invitational. But another thing is RSU captured really early and then pushed them back. So they're already, it seems like it's only been 2 or 3 fights, but they're already about 40% of the way through this point. And Oath Black really has to get it together and come back in order to counteract that. Because if they don't get this flip soon, and if they don't secure this map, then they are already down one map.
And very true. Now this is the best of 3, so losing one map isn't necessarily the end. But you certainly don't want to be at that sort of disadvantage coming into map 2, right? You'd actually rather have the advantage so that you're not having to worry nearly as much. Yeah, as you mentioned, RSU did a great job. They captured the point, they continued pressing forward, and they staggered out kills. So even though the first fight just commenced, just finished its bout, RSU's already at 35%. And oh, I love
Great
that
hook.
hook. Lazy Titan doing an incredible job at protecting the backline. That's what we call peel.
Absolutely. Fantastic hook there, giving Oath Black a huge advantage as they're now down a DPS for this next fight.
Very low the Junker Queen is, but they've got their supports to keep them alive, and there is the Rampage. Neither team really finding
Ult's
anything.
coming
There's
online
the
for both
window.
teams.
The window and the whole hog combo the Kitsune Rush. Absolute massive amounts of damage going to be coming out from that Roadhog, but they're able to find it. Pressure's able to pick off the enemy Cassidy. And with this Kitsune Rush, they just have so much DPS pressure. Now, they still have the far above them. They have to watch out for it. They do lose one, but it does get traded out. Pressure's able to get the headshot onto the enemy Pharah. And, Oath Black is able to get the headshot onto the enemy Pharah. Back and forth, back and forth. But Oath Black still hasn't found the point flip. And this is this is incredible. They eventually get picked off. It's just RSU.
RSU already back, contesting that Widow, one of the last players for Oath Black. Already back in, moving through. And now there's just 10 seconds left. And RSU continues to get picks as they move through here. Oath Black has to really book it to the point. 4 seconds remaining. Can they touch?
There's a Sunbear for the side of RSU, and this is going to be a desperation.
Slightly too late.
RSU will take Ilios with dominance.
Absolutely. Again, seemingly unstoppable. There was only one fight win, I think, in the entirety of that lineup where Oath Black was able to take it.
And we're going to see, oh my goodness. I mean, what do you do when your entire team's antied, right? Caught in a small room. He's able to find 4, maybe 5. Yeah, that was play.
You just spin past them, use that rampage, get behind them. They're now having to focus on both sides as you move in, and the entire team we saw. RSU's entire team moved in that tiny little room just to clean up all of those kills in the enemy team.
Now, I did really like what Oath Black was trying to go for, and it nearly worked. We had several fights in that second point in Ilios Ruins where Oath Black looked like they could have flipped it over, but it just never found the purchase. RSU was just constantly able to stay alive, constantly able to regather resources, and pressure out Oath Black eventually. Incredible performance from them as Oath Black are going to be looking at figuring out how to get through this tough chunk of armor in the second map.
Absolutely. Really going to most likely make some changes. You really got to think about where their strengths are coming from, what they're doing so well, like we mentioned. Right now, that Junker Queen, Mr. Nutcracker on the tank, doing so much for their team. It's really a pivotal factor of that. And you've really got to find a way to either separate or kill the Junker Queen before they're allowed to be that powerful and before they can build those abilities, get in your face. Because once Junker Queen's inside your team, it seems like it's A, really hard to kill, and B, does so much damage so quickly.
Absolutely, and seeing that this finals is a best of 3, this is going to be basically match point here for the side of RSU. If they're able to capture the second map, they will take the crown of the Oath Open Invitational, the first one that we have ever hosted, and I am super excited to see exactly how this sort of plays out. Like I said, RSU is officially a match point. They're going to be looking to try their darnest to close this one out. It has been a long and hard-fought battle for both of these teams, for every team in the Open. I think we've all seen some incredible plays, some incredible moments. It was almost a double Oath final, actually.
Yeah, it came very, very close. Oath Blurple in that round 3 came literally within inches of being able to be here right now, but R2 was able to beat them, and R2 having a really strong performance right now against Oath Black. But we are moving to Junker Queen's home city of Junker Town, and I'm really excited to see how both teams kind of react to that change. Junker Town having those long sight lines, you've got to move pretty long distances. It might be really difficult for the Junker Queen to be played here. I think that's a really smart pick from the side of Oath Black in order to kind of counteract a lot of what RSU is doing so well with right now.
I was going to say, isn't it kind of ironic that first point Junkertown is actually terrible for Junker Queen? Considering that's literally her home map. I mean, it just kind of makes a little bit of sense. But Yeah, first point at least on Junkertown. Not the greatest for Junker Queen composition because she really wants to get in the face of enemies. She's incredible in close quarter combat if you're able to get to the squishies. And we saw that in that play at the end of the last map. So, interesting to see if RSU is going to be trying different things. We know they're incredibly flexible as an entire team. So, I'm expecting a Diva-esque dive.
Yeah, I think that would also be the choice as well. But we've seen, like I said, last map alone, we saw Mr. Nutcracker play everything from Doomfist, Junker Queen, Diva, Reinhardt. So there is no limit to the versatility. Just like you said, I am fully expecting maybe a Sigma on defense or a Diva on attack or maybe a Monkey on attack. But it's looking right now like we are seeing the Sigma on defense or the Sigma on defense and attack. So the mirror Sigmas playing on both teams. I think that'll be really entertaining to watch here, but also the DPS have changed quite a bit. We see a Widow on both teams, and then a Hanzo for RSU, and the Soldier for Oath Black can be really powerful here moving in.
Absolutely. I almost was surprised that this seemed to be a near perfect mirror on both sides, as we're going to be seeing RSU,
And
Oath Black
crazy
with a
starting pick
very nice
for
pick.
Oath Black.
Absolutely massive, as they're going to be holding the high ground beautifully. They've got the Widow set up to take off the heads of their enemies. Very patient from both teams. Aggressive. RSU gets with the Sigma, trying to find a pick onto a squishy, trying to find a pick on the backline, but the healing is too much. The healing is there to keep the rest of the team alive. Oath Black loses a DPS, and it will be RSU finding the picks they need eventually past the bridge to sort of take the first three corners.
And yeah, it's Oath Black now having to stay back a little bit, regroup, and hopefully re-engage before it makes it to the first checkpoint. RSU only keeping one on the cart right now, moving it relatively slowly. We got two now, but they're moving forward to try to prevent Oath Black from even being able to make it there.
I look at the aggression coming from RSU. They're trying to buy as much time as possible. They're trying not to even let Oath Black get the chance to touch, and I don't think they will. That is a 5.5 minute timer on Junkertown Point A. And now Oath Black has a long and big task ahead of them.
And not only do they have that 5 minutes, but RSU is already inside half of the point, taking so much space before they had even secured the first point. Now finally having to back up. Oath Black, both teams actually, working to sustain themselves, regroup, again, think over the situation, and come up with some kind of plan before they get right back into this fight.
Absolutely. Oath Black going to be looking for a very strong defense here on second point. You want to burn as much time as physically possible, but that's once again another giant pick from the Widow on the side of RSU. Just not quite getting stopped by the Sigma shield. And Oath Black forced to play back again. The aggressive transcendence there to keep the enemy Sigma alive, allow them to continue pressing forward. And the snipers, the DPS on the side of RSU are just getting so much value. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful dragon, going to be absolutely closing off Oath Black from even trying to touch the point. This is almost a straight walk through here, and then it's going to be 5.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 5.5 minutes yet again for the side of RSU is just like you mentioned, they're sweeping through so far. Oath Black really hasn't had the chance to regroup because of how aggressive RSU has been playing. They're chasing them down just like that, chasing them down, getting pick after pick, preventing them from being even able to re-engage as a full 5 team.
If Oath Black can come together as a full stack of 5, they might have a chance here, but with 5 minutes on the clock, you need every full fight you can get, and you need them to be concise and coherent. And right now, RSU's not letting you do that. Sigma Flux comes through, almost gets taken down, not quite before the ultimate goes off, but now Genji diving into the back line from the side of RSU, finds a pick, and now Oath Black going to be trying to play that spawn advantage. But the DPS on RSU, they're just getting so much value.
Absolutely. Widow getting pick after pick with the help of their team. A crazy place here. We've got Oath Black now having to regroup
This
and
is
hopefully
last fight.
recontest for what is literally the
Somebody's got to
last fight.
touch. Somebody's got to go. There's the Transcendence to keep the round alive. The Tac Visor comes through from the side of T-Sword as well. It's going to be able to find that troublesome Widow. The ball swap now going to be able to pick off one more as well. And with that window on top of it, Oath Black might have used every ultimate, but at least they've burned off some time.
Absolutely, you know, like you said, paying their way to keep playing this game. And they did have to use several ultimates in order to get that, but they are holding on to a couple. Moving in this next fight, we see ultimates coming on for both teams now. But Oath Black now regrouping, trying to find a place to play so RSU can't just roll through them again.
3.5 minutes on the clock. It's going to be a big defense, but that's once again the Widow taken care of before she's able to get any value. Massive plays there as Lazy Titan. I keep picking up the names. As we see Oath Black here on the ball. Something so prominent, something that we've seen time and time and time again because it just takes care of the trouble. Enemy Sigma allowed to just kind of walk on point, finds two. The back line is gone. The ultimates come out all at once. Oath Black falls down, and that will more than likely be a 0.3 capture with 3 minutes on the clock.
And that time it was RSU's turn to have everybody hit Q and watch the enemy team disappear. Fantastic play there. Moving through, just wiping through. They have, 3 minutes and 11 seconds in overtime if Oath Black is able to come through. Oath Black right now just working together, trying to find something that works. And they had a little bit of small amount of success with the Wrecking Ball. And I think that can pay on. But you had mentioned Lazy Titan on the Wrecking Ball. And with the name there, but even without the name, it's kind of hard to see an Oath player playing Wrecking Ball and not think of Lazy Titan. But
no, I agree. I think the biggest piece of success there was the Wrecking Ball swap and was finding the biggest threat, which is the Widow on the enemy team that just constantly kept pressuring out Oath Black, never allowing them to gather up as five, never allowing them to fight as a full coherent team. If they're able to continue up this level of pressure against RSU, they may very well find themselves in a similar situation.
Absolutely. We can look at some of the stats here. We have, for the side of Oath Black, a good about 4,000 total damage.
Look at that healing, though. The Kiriko on the side of Oath Black, 10,000. I mean, they've been trying. It's just how are you going to win a fight if you don't have a full team?
Exactly. And RSU again playing super aggressive, being right outside their spawn door as soon as they start.
No, I like their mantra play here. Almost is able to pick off the enemy sim. Not quite, though. And yeah, this was incredibly aggressive on the side of RSU. I've never seen that before. I've never seen a team purposefully W into spawn on opening gate. That's kind of terrifying, if I'm going to be honest. And RSU playing the low ground here.
Absolutely. And RSU now in the Bastion, just looking for a few picks, using that assault form, trying to get a little bit of damage thrown in there. But so far, neither team being super successful here.
The sim does so much damage, you cannot leave her alive, and Oath Black is trying so hard to take care of her. It's just not happening. There's so much frontal pressure there. Nobody is falling from the side of RSU as quickly as they would like. Oh, the Shatter actually gets canceled out. The tank does fall from the side of RSU, and that could be exactly what Oath Black need. They need to press this advantage. They need to push forward, and they sure do.
Absolutely. RSU's aggression there kind of backfired on them. Now they're both without their tank and one of their DPS. And with that huge spawn advantage from the side of Oath Black, it's going to be a while before RSU's able to regroup and contest this. And the payload's now moving back towards that last point. They
do lose two eventually, but look at the progress they've made already. They've gotten past the corners of death, and now we've swapped over to the Junker Queen. I almost want to call this a comfort pick on the side of RSU because it's been just so powerful.
Like absolutely. Already doing work as Junker Queen. We saw that pick there. Beautiful play throughout. But Oath Black is already back and using some ultimates to regroup here.
Oh, what a Bastion ultimate. It doesn't quite find anybody, but there's so much damage in this tiny room. The Bastion allowed to just continue pressuring out the enemy. A split fight here for the side of Oath Black as they tried to find some sort of value there, but it was just RSU playing aggressive in the tiny rooms. They really like pushing into tiny rooms.
Absolutely, and Symmetra is a nightmare in small rooms. When you can't avoid that devastating beam and the turrets as well, it's really difficult to play against that.
multiple ultimates online for either side. This next fight could go either way. There's still a minute and 40 left on the clock, so there's plenty of time for Oath Black to find an advantage here. They get down low. Sim solo, but not quite found it. Will get the support they need. The window there scaring away all of Oath Black, not allowing them to find that pick. It does go down, and as soon as it does, that Annihilation ultimate goes through as well. They're doing everything in their power to take care of that Sim. Can they do it? Can they do it? He's staying alive for so long, and they'll get taken out. The sound barrier to keep them alive, and the Death Blossom as well, not able to find anything. RSU doing everything in their power to stay alive, and it succeeds.
Finally
Pressures,
getting the Sim.
finds 3.
But even after death, the Sim turrets finishing the job, getting those picks. Now both teams are trying to rush back to the payload before it ends.
And it will be Oath Black there first with that massive spawn advantage. You've got to watch out for a Widow peeking in the heads. Anti-nated Ramattra, never good for the Ramattra. Loses his Lucio, isn't able to disengage in time, and 35 seconds left on the clock. It was a valiant effort on the recapture for the side of Oath Black, but it just wasn't enough, and they'll have to go back to spawn with 30 seconds left on the clock. This is last fight.
Absolutely. Just like you mentioned, 30 seconds left, that's literally only one single chance that they get in order to push it just the rest this way so they can add a little bit more time after they reach that checkpoint.
It does look good for them, though. They have certain tools in their tool belt that they can use to sort of close this one out. They've just got to take care of the pesky Junker Queen and the Sim. If they're able to do that, they've got a very good chance here. There's the Kitsune Rush and the Sound Barrier both doubling up. Massive amounts of damage, massive amounts of health. Oath Black not playing around this time and are definitely going to be capturing this point here with overtime on the clock. That'll bring up to about 2.5 minutes, and we will be seeing the point to attack.
2.5 minutes added to that clock, but Oath Black did have to buy that point in a sense, using 3 ultimates. Still a very smart play, I think. You don't want to end the game not having used your ultimates. But they're left with a lot less than they were originally. And right now we see RSU looking for a couple early picks here as they re-engage.
Oh my goodness, that damage from the Widow is no joke and already putting out so much pressure. We're going to be seeing a window come through for the side of RSU. It's a little close for comfort, but it's not really going to matter. They're going to find 2 anyways, and Oath Black is forced to sort of disengage, be split off, not play as a unit once again. RSU doing a great job at finding Oath Black in these uncomfortable positions. The supports will go down. The Ramattra will follow as well, and this is a nice place to defend here if you're RSU.
RSU with another one fight, retaking that high ground, restabilizing, working to try to find a place that they can try to keep Oath Black back just long enough to stall for a little bit more time. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock for Oath Black.
There's still plenty of time. You only really need about 20 seconds. Oh my goodness, what a flank there from the side of Oath Black. They're trying to find any pick they could. There's the Annihilation ultimate. It's absolutely massive. It finds 3. Huge. And that will be Oath Black pushing on this first corner at least on this defense from RSU.
Absolutely. Now it's Oath
Oh,
Black.
they what do they call it?
Staggered the
Staggered, thank
Widowmaker
you.
there. Now buying just that much more time without the Widowmaker for the side of RSU. And Widowmaker, swaps over to the Hanzo. Is that the first death for them this round?
Yeah, actually, I think that might be true.
That's actually crazy.
Oh my goodness, so low. You've got to keep your DPS alive. But oh my goodness, the tank is almost down. They're not getting any support. They've been pressured out on the high ground, and that's a massive pick there. I believe the Sound Barrier came out from the side of RSU, actually. This is going to be last fight, and that ball swap now causing absolute mayhem, staggering the enemy. I remember the word this time. With 5 seconds remaining, I don't know if Oath Black's going to be able to touch in time. The ball is certainly going to give it an attempt. They are able to tick it over. The High Noon not able to take them out, but it will find the Lucio. They will continue stalling out for as long as possible. RSU getting a little comfortable there, to say. Kitsune Rush to sort of find this one out, but no, that will be it. They will clean this one up, and that will be RSU taking the series and becoming your Oath Open Invitational champions.
The first champions of the Invitational. We see now Oath Black with the play of the game, I believe.
Yeah, this was in that when pressures died to the turrets after death. I mean, very unfortunate. Almost flipped that fight for them with still a minute on the clock. Weren't able to get it, unfortunately, and they did end up losing that Junkertown, but still very impressive performance. RSU came out swinging for the finals. Absolute mad lads of a team. Oath Black had some shining moments, but it just wasn't enough, and that does conclude tonight's games.
Yeah, RSU definitely came back, continuing the momentum of their last match. They coming through here and just absolutely played super well, did a fantastic job throughout that, and end the night off with quite a bang. Had a ton of fun watching all these maps. We have RSU as our first Oath Invitational champions. We are so glad all these teams are able to come back, but all of it was made possible thanks to our sponsors. Thank you all so much for everything you've done. It's been a fantastic day. All of these games, all these events have been so much fun to watch and stream. It's been great to see a lot of our Oath competitive teams play out today. And it's been overall just been a fantastic event.
It absolutely has been. Thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting. Thank you so much for letting us host this incredible event. It was a pleasure and an honor to cast for and witness in person. That does conclude, like I said, tonight's matches. So my name was Burp. I was joined by Imperium, and we will see you guys for the next season of Oath.